Let's see. Can everybody confirm when you join? If you can hear me. Sound schedule one playthrough today. How's it going, Liberty Astro? James, good to see you, bro. Nexi, Brandon, good stuff. Looks like we can fire things up. So yeah, we'll just let the Discord get ready for some refreshing. I think we'll have a few people submit some new images, hopefully. We're going live before it's even dark tonight. I'm going to do a bit of a stream this way around first, and yeah, see how it goes. Loud and clear, good stuff. How's it going, Brandon, as well? Pete, nice to see you, Pete. Jeremy, Ram, awesome. Good to see a lot of familiar faces in here today. I will just post a link to the Discord for everybody who wants to, you know, take part. That's not what you want. Hang on, let me get this Discord link for you. Right, we'll copy that link. Still not working correctly. Darn it. Logton, Muzar, Pavels, how's it going, guys? Quantum as well. Yeah, so what we're going to be doing today is having a good look through the Discord, taking a look at all your guys' images, and doing a bit of an image critique, a run through all that kind of thing. Taking a look at anybody's new gear that you've got, if you want to share anything there as well. I think that should be a bit of fun. Rob, I hope. How's it going, Rob? Good to see you in here, mate. But yeah, I think we'll kick off with gear shortly. There shouldn't be too much of this to catch. I think I've seen most of this now. And then we'll jump over into the images, but seem to be having some trouble here for some reason. Copying the new Discord link. Should work. Yeah, that is working now. How odd. We'll pin that to the top. If you want to take part, have your image rated, and well, not so much rated as critiqued and things like that, then just you know, post it to the Discord using the Astro Images channel right there. If you want to share your gear, post that in the Astro Gear channel. Gives you a little bit of information about it, and we will work our way through. There's a good few images to look at. I think it's been about a week since I last did one of these, so there's been quite a few submissions. I think we were about here. Yeah, this looks like the last few things that I actually hit like on. But yeah, good stuff. Tim, nice to see you as well, Tim Garrett. Right, I guess we can jump in. Is the chat working okay for people as well? Obviously, I don't have it on my screen. I've got it off on a separate panel entirely, so it just looks plain to me. But yeah, hopefully it's all right. We tried to set it up during a previous live stream, actually, that thing. DC and Zona, how's it going, buddy? Nice to see you. We'll try to put a little bit of background tunes on for us again. Why not? Set the mood. We will just turn that off. Need to get some more tunes, to be honest with you guys. Just let me know if, once it gets going, if this is too loud or if we're okay. Doesn't seem overly annoying to me. Super. It's working alright for you. Thank you for that, Quantum. I appreciate you letting me know, mate. So, right. I guess we should kick things off with taking a look at some of the older images from 7 days ago then. So last thing we left it with was Steve looking up. And now on to Francesco, taken from the top of Haleakala. Good stuff, sounds good. Thank you. I mean, I've got it just off the side, so if anybody says it's getting too loud, just let me know. Can adjust it if need be. Chat's okay, says Pavel's, fantastic. Thanks for the Discord link. I'll upload my latest work in 5 to 10 minutes. Absolutely, mate. That'll be totally within my power to do. I appreciate you taking part, mate. Astro Cop, how's it going? So Francisco says, not enough subs, but the view was amazing. I also proposed to my girlfriend during this picture. Well, that's absolutely superb. I hope she said yes. Oh, mate. Well, what is it to say? I can't say anything about this, mate. That's a very special image straight away, so superb. Thank you for sharing that with us. What a lovely little story that is. Hey, no worries, Pavels. Yeah, that's fantastic. 294 MC Pro, 25 minutes of integration, so very little overall, by the way, as well. Imaging for 6 months, found my YouTube recently. Super. Excellent. Thank you for sharing that, Francesco. We'll jump up now to Andy Weller's Leo triplet. Explore Scientific 152 EDs, that's a big old refractor. 294 MC Pro, 5 hours integration, processed in PixInsight. Nice. Nexi says, remember last stream, I uploaded my second best image, just upload my best one. Super. I'm absolutely going to take a look at that, Nexi. And welcome aboard, Astro Cop. I'm going to make you hungry again. Kebab. Luckily, mate, I should be immune tonight as I've just finished eating on the barbecue. We had a load of burgers and sausages and all sorts of good stuff, you know what I mean? So I'm actually feeling pretty stuffed. Thank you for joining, by the way, mate. Can anybody confirm, by the way, if you saw an alert pop up on your screen for that? I'm trying to set things up through Stream Elements, and I think I might have done it correctly, but I'm not entirely sure. Jeremy Higginson, how to upload an image onto Discord. Good to see you, by the way, Jeremy. I'll just demonstrate for you, mate. That'd probably be the easiest way. Just allow me a moment to navigate to a newish image. And I'll just take you straight through. So if you're watching, Jeremy, just get one selected, something you guys haven't seen yet. Right, so you'd go on the Discord, Jeremy, click on the left hand side, whoops, to down here where it says gallery. You may need to expand it depending on, you know, if you've been on it before. Click where it says Astro Images, and you'll come up with a screen looking a lot like this, hopefully. And you can click search or create a post, or click new post. So give it a title. For me, I'm just going to demonstrate by showing you M94 Core Drizzled SQA 106. What's this now? 60, I think. Whoops, if I could hit the 6 key. 60 times 10 minute subs. Drizzled 2 times, so I'm giving a little bit of information about it. It's always more handy if you can give some information during the upload, then I can read that and get some context for what you've submitted. Processed in PixInsight. You know, pretty easy stuff. So we can see where I've taken it with, and camera was 2600 MC Air UV IR cut filter. Boom. So now I just need to find my image. So I'll click on the little plus thing right there. Go to my image that I want to upload. Navigate to it. Hopefully you're still watching, Jeremy. M94 Drizzle. This is what I want to share, so we'll go on that. And then all you need to do before you post is select a tag. So it's a galaxy, and it's my own data. You don't need to select any more than that, really. And hit post. You should see it pops up, and then I can come along, click on it, view it, and go, you know, here's what's going on, kind of thing. Right. Hopefully that's helped out for you. How's it going, Simon? Good to see you in the chat, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Always a pleasure. Hidrobadi Astro, how's it going, mate? Nice to come join us again. Trying out EQ mode with the C-Star S50 for the first time tonight. Super excited. That's brilliant, mate. Yeah, I tell you what, I think that's really changed C-Star for me. You can get some properly serious images done with it now, I reckon. Yeah, for sure. Alert didn't show properly. Damn. That's fair enough, AstroCop. I heard like a sound that played, but didn't actually see anything going on. Third image is yours. Nice one. This one here, Nexy. I will jump on. We'll just take a look at that now if you want, actually. Full hydrogen stream and integrated flux nebula. I will remember. M81 and M82, a 321-hour deep field collaboration. My word, mate. That's pretty intense. Stunning astrophotograph features two prominent galaxies, M81, M82. Look at 12 million light years away. Just skim through a little bit. This image marks the origin of the collaborative amateur telescope. Nice. Founded unexpectedly by a group of astrophotographers who came together online to collaborate on a project. Initially, it was an experiment to combine skills, share resources, and push the limits of what could be captured collectively. Despite technical challenges like data sharing and processing, the team succeeded and continued their work. M81 and M82 choice was random, but the deep field exploration that followed revealed unexpected details from hydrogen alpha jets in M82 to distant galaxies and quasars, embodying the spirit of collaboration that inspired Cat's creation. Super. Thank you for the detailed write-up on that one, mate. So it's by 5 astrophotographers, each contributing to different aspects of data acquisition and processing. Cool. So in order of amount of data acquired, I'm guessing from highest to lowest, Heath, Martin, Maya, Alejandro, and Trevor. Wow, 321 hours. Let's take a little bit of a look at this. I guess this is one way we should really look on Astrobin as well. If we just take a look, for instance, on Discord, it looks really good, as you've shared it on Discord, like really good. As in, surely got to be image of the day kind of thing. If it's not, then something's going wrong. Yeah, absolutely spectacular, that, mate. Spectacular. Let's just take a look around. Love it. Yeah, black point's super accurate, obviously. Star color is right in your face, you know what I mean? And this huge amount of hydrogen that you've captured around the cigar is phenomenal. Never seen it like that, you know what I mean? That's a very, very special image indeed. Even what looks to be, you know, segments of hydrogen nebulosity down around where my mouse pointer is. Incredible. Really, really wonderful work. Congratulations to all involved, basically. What else is there to say other than that, you know what I mean? I'm not signed in, otherwise obviously I would give you a like on that, but there's quite the gear list. The 6-inch f4 Newt, an Esprit 120, Esprit 80, Stellar View SVX 102, Zenith Star, 2 Zenith Stars actually as well. Crikey. And a few cameras. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal work, mate. That has to be getting on for image of the day, surely. Otherwise, there's just no justice. Yeah, wonderful stuff. It was clipped off. Like it was clipped off, it was weird. Oh, so that's the notification. Got you, mate. DC Zona heard a sound and pop up on the top right, but it looked cut off. Got you. Just about to go and set up. Leo triplet target tonight. Keep up the good work. Thank you, mate. I'll ask again, how do you upload an image to Discord? Hopefully you saw the demonstration there, Jeremy. Ran through that. Any target suggestions, chat? Cigar Galaxy looks insane there. It does, mate, doesn't it? Shared data of IC434. That's this target right here, actually, the jellyfish, ain't it? Nice. Cheers for sharing your work, by the way, Hitter Abadi. Appreciate that, mate. I'm sure that'll be useful for people. Yeah, let's jump right down now, and we'll try to pick up where we left off. So it was about 7 days ago. I'm gonna start working through from here. Andy Weller's Leo triplet. Yeah, the 152 ED 294 MC Pro, 5 hours integration processed in PixInsight. Nice, mate. Lovely amount of details on display overall. Star colours are coming through. Black points accurate. Not seen any major colour biases going on or anything like that. It appears to be a nice flat background with maybe just a little bit of brightening in the bottom right over there. So yeah, overall, mate, well done. Only thing I'd perhaps try personally, if you wanted some feedback, if you do see this, Andy, would be to try, maybe if you didn't already, running through spectrophotometric color calibration for this, as some of the galaxy colors look ever so slightly non-standard, like they're tilted a little bit towards purple perhaps, but it's not much. It's still a very pretty image. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. We have got a top pick up for image of the day as we speak. Super, yeah. Thank goodness, mate. Yeah, there must be some justice then. Clear for you tonight. Are you going to use one of your longer focal length telescopes? It is clear for me tonight. Yes, mate. But I think I'm going to keep imaging with things as they are. You know what I mean? The Hyperstar 11 and the SQA 106 and the SQA 55 as well. I'm going to just keep imaging with those and having some fun. I'm going to experiment a little bit more with drizzling, though, I have to say. I think that could take the Hyperstar images in particular up to the next level for sure. And the SQA stuff. Let's take a look at Derry 316s. 1 hour on M13, shot on the StarSFT. Both stacked using Cyril, background abstraction and denoised using GradientXTerminator, and edited in Cyril and GIMP. So it's all been done with like free software by the sounds of that. So yeah, let's take a little look around. Let's see, you've got a little bit of evidence of like diffraction spikes around some of the stars. So it'd be interesting to see whether you're using a star spike mask or something on your StarSFT. I do sell a couple of those, but overall, mate, a pretty image. It's quite a hard target, I'd say, for a C star to get some definition on those, especially when you haven't used, you know, like BlurXTerminator or something like that, which would really help deconvolve the image. Most of the background has been extracted well, so yeah, good job on that. There's just a little bit of blotchiness left over, but that's always going to be a challenge with you know, a short data set like this, an hour only. So well done, mate. You're moving in the right direction. I think if you want one last final tip, I suppose it'd be just a very slightly higher black point would be my preference, but it still works completely fine for a cluster, I think. Clear weather in the UK is scary. It is indeed, mate. It's been pretty silly just lately. So Admiral Octavio is set to stay, by the way, is the clear weather for a good while now. Total of 12 hours of RGB data, 18 hours luminance, 6 hours of HA, taken with a Quattro 150 and a 533 mm in a glorious Dutch Ball 9, open to all criticism and improvements for this. Nice. Let's take a good look again. What was that? What was the scope again? Quattro 150. Got ya. Alright then, mate. So, one thing that I would look to do, I think your data is actually really pretty overall and very nicely processed. If you could get yourself a primary mirror mask for your Quattro 150, it may help cut out on these, like, it looks like mirror clip diffraction, these shadows underneath right there. If not, it could actually be draw tube into the light path that I'm seeing, taking like a scallop out of the bright star diffraction right there. But overall, yeah, black points spot on for me, really, and processing's really nice. Yeah, well done, mate. Well done indeed. I think you've done a very nice job. So yeah, I love that. I think there's just one, like I said, a mechanical change I'd perhaps look at making to your telescope at that point. Simon's Astro, I think I showed this one the last stream. It was a collaboration with the Astro Bloke, 51 hours HOO on a Wolf Rayet. Absolutely stonking imagery. Very, 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 very nice indeed. I've already liked that one. Glad to see a live stream. How's it going, Mike? Hopefully the little tutorial thing was useful for you the other day, buddy. Derry 316, image from the StarSFT. About 40 minutes of capture, background abstraction and denoise using GradientXTerminator, edited in Cyril. Okay, so this is free software once again. Overall, mate, not bad. Yeah, not bad. It looks like a few frames have creeped in that's got a bit of star trailing, so if you wanted to take this image up a significant notch, I would personally go through the files and... oh, got an alert. I'm not sure what for, though. But yeah, I would go through the files and get rid of any that's got star trailing and restack. That would help to take things up just another notch overall, and maybe a small pass of SCNR. That would help for sure, as well as the background just appears to be a little bit biased towards green overall. Just a little bit left in, but nice work. Try to figure out what I missed now, because obviously something... Oops. Just booted my desk. Yeah, something just popped up as an alert there, but why am I getting no notification for it? Craig Perkins says, "Hey Luke." Hey there, Craig. Good to see you, mate. What's your targets for tonight? Love from sunny Salford. Love right back at you, mate. I appreciate your time. To be honest, as I'm going through these images, I'm hoping maybe to pick up some inspiration, because I think I'm due a target swap. I've had all 3 rigs pointing at M94, Croc's Eye Galaxy, for a few nights now, and I feel like I've got enough data on it. You know what I mean? I'm not going for a huge, disgustingly deep project or anything like that. I'd like to make some captures while the weather's here for it, basically. At least that's the plan. So tonight, if I can find something on the way through that seems like a suitable target, get some inspiration going, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you, basically, yeah. Good to hear that, Mike, as well. And Lavas. Hey everyone, how's it going? Glad to hear in New Brunswick, Canada. Can't wait to get out again. Good stuff, mate. Hopefully it clears up for you soon. Danny, nice to see you, Danny. Hope you and your family are keeping well. Perfect timing for a live stream. Good stuff. Yeah, I thought I'd just go live a bit earlier, to be honest. Gives me a chance to have an evening chilling out a little bit later on then, you know what I mean? I can maybe catch a few hours of sleep if I can, maybe even on observatory couch. I don't know. Just a great burger. Good stuff, mate. But yeah, we can stay alive a good while on the way to getting dark. I mean, now the clocks have sprung forward. If you like, we're not really getting dark until damn near 10 o'clock now here in the UK. It's only 7:40 now. Simon Temlet. How's it going, Simon? First time here and new to this Astrolag. Good stuff. Enjoying your videos. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Simon. Thank you for coming and spending some of your time with us, mate. If you've got any questions and things, given that you're new to astrophotography, don't be shy in asking. We're quite a helpful community here. Jeremy Higginson says, I've sent an image to you. It's not followed the info you suggested, which I struggled to follow. Got you, Jeremy. I'm sorry if I went too fast for you there, mate. But hopefully I'll be able to catch that shortly. Once I get to the top, I'll refresh the page and we'll pick up on whatever we've missed, you know what I mean? But moving on to Ankalim's image here, Redcat 51, 183 MC Pro, IDAS NBZ, Bottle 6, and some crappy processing skills. Okay. Overall, mate, a nice shot. If you want some feedback, I reckon it's hard to say from this, but it almost looks like there's a little bit of elongation of the stars across the frame, kind of going diagonally, like where my mouse pointer is moving right now. It's not much. It is hard to tell. Maybe you could just tell me I'm totally wrong, and it'd be hard to argue. Blues have lent a little bit more towards purple, so you may wish to mask those if you can, and draw back a bit on the reds. That'd take that kind of purplish tone away from them. And the hydrogen regions have definitely been left more towards like a brown yellow, effectively, so you could do perhaps with masking those if at all possible as well, and adding some red to those regions. But other than that, I think you've applied a nice deep stretch. It looks like your background is just about gradient free, slight evidence of it in top right. But yeah, I wouldn't call your processing skills crappy, mate, not by any means. I think you're doing well. Mark, how's it going, Mark? Hope you are good and your family well. We are indeed, Mark. Yeah, thank you, mate. Hopefully yours are too. Won't be long until we get no Astro Dark during midsummer. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, that's true. Pavel says, took a while to upload the image. got ya. No worries, mate. We will be getting to that. My name is Len Bergs. Thanks in advance for critiques. No problem. We'll absolutely get to those. Denebian, major dry spell in New Brunswick, Canada for you. If there were holes in the clouds, I missed them. Wishing everyone clear skies. Damn. DC and Zona, trying something that may be considered sacrilegious. Going to throw on a 585mm Pro on the FSQ 106 for the pixel density. Try to capture some galaxies, and of course, I have some clouds. Hey, to be honest, I know you're the guy with the FSQ 106, of course, aren't you? And the beautiful big garden. I tried while testing the ASCAR SQA 106. Absolutely incredible scope, and it really did make me think about fitting a 585 mono or something to it, kind of permanently, because of how sharp that scope is with that setup. It's phenomenal. So I think it's a good idea, mate. Give it a go with the FSQ. Can't hurt. Good evening, Luke and chat. How's it going, Kieran? Good to see you in another stream, bud. Good to hear that. Mark, not bad at all. Good stuff. Bit of solar this afternoon. Very nice. Bloody breezy up on the flat roof. Oh, fair enough. How are you and the family? We're all good, Kieran. Thank you very much indeed for asking, buddy. Yeah, we're all keeping well. Just trying to make the most of some, good clear weather while it's here for astro work. And other than that, just trying to enjoy all the time we've got together at the minute. You know what I mean? It's really quite good. Post back here when I get some data. Lovely stuff. Yeah. What bottle skies were you in again, DC? I couldn't remember. It looked like you might live under some quality skies, but you can never truly tell, I guess, can you? On that note, I can't remember if I asked this last stream, but I'm a little bit interested in perhaps getting an SQM meter, you know what I mean? A sky quality meter, and figuring out what it's like here on average with some actual measurements. I'm just wondering if anybody out there has got experience with them. I know there's a few available on the market, and there's one in particular that I think looks like decent value at about £150, but yeah, could be fun. Ball 7, got ya, yeah. In Virginia, near Dulles Airport, fair enough. Good to hear, thank you, Kieran. Run of Clear Skies is fantastic, it really is, isn't it, mate? I'm hoping, I've been told the wind should die down a bit from like tomorrow, because it's been pretty nice weather, but loads of wind, which is a bit bit annoying. I'm sure if I took up power kiting or something like that as a main hobby, it'd all just die down. That seems to be the case. Elephant Trunk, 3 hours 21 minutes from Ed Neovo. So 27 HA subs, 20 each of sulfur and oxygen, all 3 minutes long. Stellar Lyra 6-inch f5, so that's a newt. ASI 533M, 120mm off-axis guided, HEQ5 and Optilong 7nm filters. I blame you, Luke, for this monstrosity. You convinced me to stick with an edit. Oh, mate. Well, I think it were worth doing, Ed. I like the non-standard palette that you've kind of got going on. That greenish tinge actually goes with the yellow on this. Don't know if it was intentional though, so it's hard to comment further on that. It's always a bit of a balancing act with narrowband imagery. If you wanted to get rid of it, you could perhaps run narrowband normalization within PixInsight. If you have it, that would give you the option to use an SCNR slider and remove a lot of that. But yeah, mate, I like it, to be honest. Overall, I like it. I think it could stand perhaps with the black point sliding along just a little bit further. Some of these areas of the image that should be quite dark, like these knots of nebulosity here, bottom left, and like this part of the elephant's trunk as well. Stand a touch more contrast, but it's nice as is. So well done, Ed. I think it was well worth sticking with that, to be honest, mate. Simon Temlet says, I've uploaded an image to your Discord, and when posted some on Facebook, suggested I should add HA data. Is this a separate filter, or do I separate the channels and boost the red? Usually, when someone would suggest that you had HA data, they're meaning to capture a discrete HA channel and then kind of weave it into your data after the fact. using something like emission line integration. If you have Pix in sight, that's a script that can do the job for you, but there are other ways to do it. But yeah, that's typically what they'd be talking about. AstroCop says, been using Serial Beta and it's insane. It has Graxpert, SETI Astro, Curves, SPCC and much more. That's really good to hear, mate. Deep Space Cowboy says, hey Luke, how's it going, Deep Space Cowboy? Hope you and your family are fine. Thank you very much indeed, mate. We're all good. Hope the same for yours. I'm ready to start my 2 rigs. 5th night in a row, 3 more on the way. Good stuff. Kindest regards, Michael from Germany. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that very much indeed, mate. How's it going, Corin? Good to see you here. Keeping well. Hope you are too. Got an SQM meter. Yeah, actually, I've seen some of your readings, Corin. You've got such bright skies, don't you, mate? Yeah, it is. It does look like good kit to have. I noticed that the £150 one that I was talking about appears to be really resistant to off-axis light entering as well and skewing the measurements, let's say from, you know, things like street lamps and neighbouring lighting and that kind of thing. It looks like it rejects light that's even like 15 degrees off-axis from the measurement axis by like a factor of 10. So I don't know how exactly they've done that, but that's really good to see. So it should give you some nice accurate measurements. Other thing I was thinking about going with the 294mm in bin 1, but the images would be absolutely massive, take more disk space than all the data centers out here. Yeah, tried to join the Discord, but it says invalid invite, says Alan Giles. Huh. Anybody else having issues right there? If we can find out a bit more about that, Alan, I'll try to maybe get you another link made if need be, mate. But yeah. Yeah, DC. So, I hate to say this because I know a lot of people still use the 294, but I'm not a fan of that camera, to be honest with you, mate. I would absolutely go for the 585 over the 294 any day of the week. Link said the same thing for me. Okie dokie. Let's try and get this fixed then. So, invite people. Link should never expire. Make sure I've got that properly copied again. Does that link appear to be okay for you? Or are we stuck once again, unfortunately? Already joined in the app, got you. Mentioned that before, I have the 585 right now, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I absolutely would, mate. I mean, even the calibration of the 294 is a bit of a pain in the ass. I find it's not a friendly sensor to use. Arguable. Maybe I'm going too far. Arguable if it should have even made it to market for my tastes, but yeah. I guess we needed new sensors. That worked. Good stuff, Alan. Glad to hear that, mate. I'll just knock the music down very slightly if it's too loud for you guys. That should be okay. Yeah, let's move on just a little bit. So DC's one of your images right here, mate. Actually, made the conscious decision to keep the blacks a bit brighter to keep out some of the natural, to bring out some of the natural nebulosity. Got ya. Really love the ASCAR V for travel, as you can probably tell. This was during my trip to catch the annular eclipse last year. Lovely stuff, mate. Let's take a peek. Nice. Yeah, there's a heck of a lot of dust going on in here. The background looks gradient free. We can see, of course, that's dust, not gradient or anything like that. Star sizes are well controlled. There appears to be, hard to tell, maybe a very small amount of like a ringed halo around some of these stars. You can see like a little reflection around this one in particular that's remained, and the bottom of this, for example, like that blue ring. But you know, I'm being quite picky there. I think for me it could stand a touch more noise reduction, so before saving it out, if you pass it through NoiseXTerminator once more, that'd soften things up just nicely, mate. But yeah, overall very pretty image, and I understand your decision with raising that black point a little bit for this. Only thing I would change, I would say, and this is undoubtedly, you know, you're clearly proficient with processing. This is just probably a monitor calibration difference thing, but if it was my image right now and I was just about to hit save, I'd probably run a weak SCNR over it too, as a lot of the Pleiades reflection nebula regions, let's say right here of course, appear to just have a tinge of green coming in. But it wouldn't have to be a full power SCNR or anything like that. But yeah, that's obviously adjusted feedback for you know, for your skill. You're clearly skilled at processing, so I'm trying to give you some advanced feedback if that's useful to you. Totally could be halos from the filters. Got you, mate. Yeah. Super. Hopefully that was useful to you. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that, mate. Very pretty image indeed. Thanks for keeping an eye on the music volume. Music volume, no problem, Mike. No problem at all. Good stuff, DC. Thank you very much for taking the feedback with the spirit it's intended. Do you know what I mean? Really appreciate that, mate. Another one of your images here. A combination of RGB to capture some natural colour. Okay, so pure RGB. Nice. An SHO for the luminance and detail. I got you right. Overlaid the colour layer in Photoshop. ASI 26mm Pro, AM5, Ball 7 Virginia, Ball 2 Utah. Would love feedback on how to reduce the artifacts when sharpening the flame and the horse. Okay, so I think on Discord we're seeing on this one something that we weren't seeing on the Pleiades image, and that appears to be a bit of excess compression. So since you've provided an Astro bin link as well, I will just check that. Yeah, this appears to be a little bit cleaner. I see what you mean. Looks a little bit granular. Like there's almost a texture been taken on around some of these areas right here. Is there any chance that any of your processing in terms of deconvolution tools, you know, whatever was applied while this image was anything other than completely linear? Because that's usually what causes things like that to happen. You can see evidence of it too around here very slightly. And I would also wonder about some of your data. It looks almost like maybe it was captured either during thin high clouds or perhaps off-axis moonlight. I guess it's potentially one of those, because I'm seeing some blue permeating a lot of the image, but it doesn't look like it's a balance issue as such. I can see like blue noise up here, for example. But don't let me take away from the fact I am getting away from this actually by accident. It's a very beautiful image, so I'm just trying to offer you extra feedback. But yeah, well done overall, mate. I like actually the salmon pink for this region. I think it works. Other than that though, some of the lighter areas of the flame, perhaps a small amount of SCNR once again over the whole image might help balance things just a tiny little bit. But it's probably a monitor calibration difference between your monitor and mine, so if it looks right for you, just don't worry about it. That would be my advice. You know, you're clearly very proficient, you know what you're doing, so hopefully those few little bits are useful to you there, DC. Just trying to figure it out. Maybe I should need more data. Probably what happened. Good stuff. Hopefully that's useful then, yeah. Nice. Music's okay for you. Good stuff. Brian, nice to see you, Brian. Always a pleasure to have you here, mate. Hope everyone's well today. I certainly am, Brian. Hope that you are too, mate. Missed the start. You haven't missed too much, Edward, to be honest, mate. We're just powering through. Well, I say powering through. We're taking it easy tonight. Going steady, you know what I mean? Morpheus sleeps. Hi, Luke. How's it going, mate? Due to the off-axis guider issues on my C8, I'm hunting nebulae in a moonlit night. Good stuff. Good luck with that, mate. Probably from the RGB overlay. Tried to pick out the blue purposefully, but it does look a little out of place. Yeah, that's okay, mate. Yeah, got you. Well, I can see what you've been going for sure. It's just like I said, them small patchy parts reminded me of when I've captured data that's just been a little bit too affected by moonlight. You know what I mean, or something similar to that. So whatever it is, I'm guessing you're probably going to be able to get to the bottom of it from that. But yeah, good stuff. Thank you very much for sharing. There's a lot of stuff there we can hopefully all learn from. I feel like I'm learning as I go. Kieran says, powering through. We've looked at 3 images. We have, mate. I know. Austin is one of my bucket list shots. Still needs a bit more to reach an image as awesome as DC did. Nice. Stuff to do. I'll make it back here before you reach mine. How's it going, Nugsy? Good to see you. Thank you, DC. Good stuff, mate. You're a real good sport. Another one of your images right here. Elephant's trunk. Ended up brightening this up and saturating it for print. I understand doing that for sure. Yeah. Oftentimes when you send an image off for print, it doesn't come back looking like it did on your screen. That's absolutely fair to say with the Astro images in particular. Love the colour I ended up getting out of it from the preview. I do too. Would love to eventually get more data. ASCII V at 495mm or whatever it is. Got your 2600mm Pro 3nm Optilong SHO. Would love to get some RGB stars overlaid. Let's take a look then, mate. Yeah, very pretty indeed. I can see, you know, like we talked about texture. What looks like texture on this too, in some of the fainter regions, let's say around the midpoint here between the trunk and the edge of the nebula. They almost looks to be like a fine fish scale effect or something over much of this that I'm seeing. It's not overly distracting or anything. I'm merely pointing it out in case it's something that rings a bell for you and you go, okay. So I'm assuming potentially that the same thing has happened, that you may have applied some form of deconvolution or sharpening while the image has been non-linear, so in a stretched state. But overall, you know, the amount that you've applied is very good. It could just have been applied at the slight wrong step. Hard to say, but you've made a very pretty image again, either way, and I love the coloration that you've gone for on this. Again, it's like not a totally standard palette, but it works wonderfully. It makes it look like a nice, I think I've used the simile of like a lagoon with a sulfur deposit around the outside before, that kind of thing. Very pretty. Obviously there's a background bias towards purple, but I'm sure you're completely well aware of that. But yeah, I'm sure you can get rid of that. No great problem there. Lovely stuff. Thank you again, DC, for sharing these, mate. I think they've been a fruitful few images for us to work through. Cheers, mate. Totally see the compression. Got you. Yeah. Christoph says, did you skip Astro Gear today? You know what, Christoph? You're right. I did. I will go back and check that out for sure. Great images so far, guys. You're amazing. Gotta agree. Pavel, yeah. Gotta agree. Is the ASI 174 the only suitable guide cam for the C8 Galaxy photography? No, mate, not at all. I've used all sorts. You may wish to utilize bin 2 on a lot of the other, more traditional guide cameras. 178, a 290, even a 120, that kind of thing. Although that's probably getting on towards being a little bit small for most off-axis guiding tasks on a long focal length telescope. But it should be doable. Get your gain cranked up a good bit, mate. Try to guide using bin 2, and hopefully you'll get some stars to work with. And don't be afraid to use a slightly longer guide loop as well. So if you're traditionally using short exposures, like most of us tend towards doing when guiding and even off-axis guiding, I've found really even like 5-second exposures, if they're needed, they're absolutely fine. It's not really ever caused an issue. So hopefully that is useful information for you, Morpheus. Within the viewfinder, how's it going, mate? Good evening to you too. Clear skies here in Denmark, and the MacNewt is out cooling down for later. Brilliant. Hope to shoot some M51 data with the UV IR cut filter. Looking forward to seeing it, mate. Good luck indeed for the capture there. DC says, totally got you, mate. This was when I first started with narrowband processing. Nice. BlurXTerminator in linear is what I need to do. Much appreciated. No problems at all, mate. And again, like I say, thank you for submitting these images, because they are beautiful. There's no two ways around it. And it's when we can find things like that together and figure them out on the fly that everybody learns. So it's ultimately a very positive thing. Brilliant. I'm glad that were a little bit of useful advice for you, Morpheus. Yaromir, how's it going, Yaro? Warm greetings from Warsaw. Just uploaded some pic, open for critique. Fantastic, mate. We'll absolutely get to it. Why do some astrophotographers use a different binning when imaging with some filters over others for the same image? Saw this done and was curious. I feel like it's a little bit of old advice, perhaps, to be honest, Brian. From back when people used to use CCDs, it was a bit more effective than, you know, than it is these days. CCD binning's more effective than CMOS binning. But yeah, these are all approved, hopefully. Yeah, we'll go with that. Hopefully that's fine. We'll have to get back to the Astro Images thing. It seems like we've gained a few members during the the stream, of course. So I'll just find DC's image once again. Yeah, here we are, right about here. So now Iron Man, my first post on this Discord. Super. I hope you're enjoying using it now, mate. I live near Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I live in ball 7-ish skies and take my images with the following equipment: Starfield Optics Gear 60, an Ares C Pro, Play 1 Phoenix, and Optolong L Ultimate, got ya, 3nm, and Antares dual narrowband S203 filter, 6nm. Skies have finally cleared up a bit after being clouded over since November. That's a long time. Started with the jellyfish, of about 7 hours in HA, 7 hours in S2, and 14 hours in O3 in this image. Super. Really, really nice work on this, mate. I can see it looks to me like the green that you've left in is a completely conscious choice, as you've achieved blue elsewhere where you've wanted it. So that, to me, looks like evidence of, you know, thoughtful application and masking. I love the colours that you've gone for. Obviously, you'll be well aware about the small halos and things like that, but there's not much you can do at that point. Some filters have it, some filters don't. Some filters have it with certain telescope designs, where they don't have it with others. It's a nightmare, filters being like that sometimes, but that is how it is. Only real feedback I can give you on this, I reckon, is obviously you've really stretched it hard to make it come up. So some of the brighter areas are a little bit just verging on too bright, but it's nearly there. But the background as a overall blue mottle permeating through the whole thing everywhere. So if I was you, I would try again with a blue mask. Potentially a blue mask might do it for you. You may have to actually resort to some kind of background neutralization for this and then work on masking the areas you want blue in once again. But however you go about it, that'd be the thing that'd take this image to the next level for me, would be removing this blue cast that's through the whole thing. Because otherwise it's a very, very pretty image. Still a very pretty image, regardless. Stu, how's it going, Stu? Hope all is well. Got you live at last. Good stuff. It's nice to have you here, Stu. Yeah, sorry, I never finished what I was saying to Brian. I think my thought pattern trailed off a little bit, but yeah, it used to be sort of commonplace, Brian, where people, let's say if they were making a SHO capture, they might, capture hydrogen in bin 1, and then knowing that they're going to use that effectively for a bit of a pseudo-luminance channel to do all the heavy lifting for detail in an image, which you can get away with for most targets, unless they have actual oxygen-3 structure where you may have to, approach it slightly differently. They would then capture sulfur and oxygen with bin 2. After the fact, you can still register everything together, and that's what people used to do. Even down to the fact where sometimes they'd capture luminance in bin 1 and then capture their RGB in bin 2. But these days, it's like old advice. It's not really needed anymore, to be honest. If you can stack your files at, captured at full bin 1 with a CMOS camera, you're best off just capturing at bin 1, generally speaking. Unless it's a truly massive oversample situation, in which case, go for it with bin 2 or something. Hopefully that kind of covers why people used to do that, Brian. It's just like I said, just some old advice that seems to have permeated and stuck around a bit longer than it needed to. I believe the image was at least 10 years old. Ah, got you, Brian. Well, that's a good bit of extra info there. Thank you. Gilesy B is me in Discord. Okay, Alan. I haven't imaged in a few months. Uploaded some pics from my Facebook. One with the best quality. My originals are on my hard drives. Got ya. Oh, thank you, Brian. Good stuff. Jorge Rock is captured with his 247C Antlia ALP quad band 2-inch and an Edge HD 11 and Hyperstar. Okay. How many hours? 7.13 hours from Ball 7 Skies. Whew. That's tough. I think he's forgot to flip the image. But let's just judge it as it is. So around the horse head, we've got a lot of regions that are orange, and it's that same orange that I'm seeing around here. Now these should really be two different coloured targets, generally speaking. This teetering more towards pinks and reds. This more yellows and whites. So there's a bit of a colour balance issue going on in the image, likely as a result of filtration kind of thing. Probably also the cause of these halos that I'm seeing going on. But you know, I can see, technically speaking, there's a lot of stuff he's got right in the image. It looks to be mostly free of gradients with just a little bit of remnant glow around the corners. I don't know if you guys can see that, so particularly like up here and down this whole left hand side, a bit down in the bottom right and top right. Bottom and top are pretty good, so it is mostly nice and flat. Background levels are pretty good in terms of like a black point, but there's an overall green cast over everything, really, the whole image. So that's what I'd try and work on. Process again, probably from scratch. I don't mean that to sound brutal or anything, but that's the best way to get used to a processing workflow, is just go through all the motions rather than just the one bit that went wrong. I think try to go through and get it right from the start. And that'd be where I'd try to apply some color calibration to this, perhaps even spectrophotometric color calibration in narrowband filters mode might help. I don't know, I can't say for sure, but that's something I'd perhaps try, Jorge. But thank you for sharing. Halos caused by the filters, yeah, almost certainly. Mick, yeah. Dan, how's it going, Dan? Nice to see you. Mike959 uses 2x2 on your 6200mm to keep your file sizes under control, at least until I get guiding better on the Edge 11. Yes. Like I say, if you are definitely oversampling by like a mile, like you will be with 3.76 micron pixels on an Edge 11, because I've done that myself before with the full frame, same camera just from Player One, the MC version. I've opted to use Bin2 on that before to get those file sizes down and make projects actually manageable. I was stacking a project the other day. Let me just try and get this up for you. So it was... Where are we? I'll just find it, hang on. 63, I do believe, yeah, this. So I was stacking even from 585, so captured at bin 1. These are only 16 meg files each one, 16.5 meg. 866 files, and I tried to do a drizzle and 3 passes of local normalization correction on it, and it wanted to use 380 gigabytes of hard drive space just to work through that. Can you imagine how out of hand that would get if you were trying to do that with a 6200? It's perfectly valid in cases like that, I think. Yeah, file sizes these days getting a bit out of hand. Carter Hansen, how's it going, Carter? First time catching a stream, nice. Thanks so much for your tutorials. They've improved my images dramatically. That's really lovely to hear, mate. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching. Gurilakos, how's it going, mate? Nice to see you here. Just working through some images, giving a little bits of critique as we can. Thanks a lot for the constructive critique, says Klaus. This is Klaus Barth. Always keen to get that. Found some time to revise your edit. Did I think I saw this actually earlier in the week. Did use PixInsight and spectrophotometric color calibration, but afterwards used PixInsight scripts to merge the HA, RGB and L data and finalized it in Photoshop. Okay. However, this time I really exported exported the HA, L, and RGB data to Photoshop and merged everything in Photoshop. My usual way to do it, and I should stick to it because I see much better and live how to fit everything. Okay, thanks for sharing your experience. No problem, Klaus. I'm really glad that was useful for you. So this was the original image that I gave feedback on, I do believe, and mentioned kind of some of the color balance issues going on, where there's a bit of a, you know, greenish cast to the background, that kind of thing. And this is Klaus's corrected image, which, you know, it has corrected for all that background stuff. So it's a massive step in the right direction. So I'm glad that was useful for you, Klaus. If you wish for more feedback now you've got that down, what I would perhaps try to do is, once you're done with your work, if you're most comfortable doing it in Photoshop, then that's absolutely fine, but export back to PixInsight and then perhaps try to pull even just a range mask around most of this region right here before adding this HA, perhaps, as that could get out of hand, and start to add a little bit of saturation to your galaxies. It currently looks a little bit monochromatic almost, because there's quite, you know, some beautiful color going into the stars around here, but the galaxy nearly looks black and white, which is quite a stark effect, obviously, but it's very pretty, and really, really glad to see your progress going from here to here. I think that's a major step in the right direction. Thank you for sharing that with us, Klaus. Let's just see here a second. It's working all right. Mark's image, Z Boyd, solar eclipse maximum coverage, 1106 mono and colorized versions. All right. A lot of fast moving cloud made it tricky. Altair Astro 60 EDF, solar wedge, 178M, 2 nanometer green band, contrast booster filter. Got ya. Best 300 frames stacked with auto stack at 4. Huh. Nice, mate. Yeah, lovely granular appearance too. That you can even say, like, kind of the shape of the edge of the moon on there. That's fantastic. Yeah, love it. Well done, mate. Well done indeed. Good stuff. I think I've seen this this sunspot just recently as well, using the C-Star S50. Pretty damn big one. There's also another big group that I saw nearby it when I was looking. So well done on that, Mark, and thank you for sharing. Would you guys ever do broadband imaging with the 56% illuminated moon? Good question, Carter. Depends on what sort of target we're talking. Because absolutely I would if I was going after something that's not got that much fine, faint detail that you're going to try to extract, such as a globular cluster. That'd be a good target to go after during a moonlit night if you wish to use broadband. And also the placement of that target in relation to the moon on any given night is also quite important. So when you're getting around that half moon or so, you are going to start to notice some issues with it creeping into your data. But if you're far enough away, you know, if the moon's over in the west and you're imaging something in the low east, it's going to be less affected than if you're trying to image something just 35-40 degrees away or something like that. Hopefully that's useful info for you, Carter. No problem, Mark. No problem at all, mate. Yeah, it's on the opposite side now. Some nice smaller groups on here today. Cool. So Lee Davis has posted, dodging the clouds to get this image, same sort of issue as Mark there by the sounds, taken using his Lunt LS50 dual stack, I guess that is double stack, ASI 178mm, 12.5 milliseconds exposures, best 100 frames stacked out at 770. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful textures, different type of solar setup, of course, so it's capturing a different part of the sun's surface, if you will, which gives this wonderful appearance right here. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Is this, am I mistaken, or is this like flipped or something? Because it looks like that's the remnants of that sunspot we saw on the right hand side on this, where it's on the left on Mark's image. Wonder what's going on there. Beautiful though, either way. Nice HA image, yeah, lovely filaments. Indeed, you can see some action going on around the outside right there as well, can't you? Look at this ejection over on the right hand side. That's huge. Wonderful stuff. Mike1959 has posted this one. Luke, thanks for all the feedback and forcing me to try my hand at masks for the first time at Pixie Sight. If you're still here, Mike, no problem at all, mate. I'm glad you're having a go. Hopefully I've managed to improve based on your suggestions, plus a couple of minor tweaks at the end with SCNR. Inverted SCNR and a bit of S-curve, black point adjust. Okay, lots of fiddling and saving my Pixie Sight Pro. Project is getting a bit out of hand now. Almost need a third and fourth monitor. Target's down for the year now, but I still have Edge HD11 data to work on. Cool. Let's just... Zenfstar 81, D1, D2... Got you, 071MC Pro camera, and there's the integration details as well. So 23 hours plus 17, so a good 40 hours. Damn. That's pretty intense, mate. Good write-up on this, thank you, Mike. Let's just take a look. Lovely stuff. Overall, Mike. Lovely stuff. I would say if you want to add anything to this at this point now, for me, I would probably pass over NoiseXTerminator on it once again, right before saving it out. As you can see, obviously some of the noise grain, not like compressional noise that we might see through Discord, but that looks to be noise grain embedded in the image. But overall, I think quite tastefully processed. There's a little bit of background blue, as we've seen in some of the other images, so likely where you've been masking and working on getting that shell of oxygen 3 from around the crescent right there to come out. It could also have perhaps stretched some of the background. I'm not sure if exactly that's what's happened, or if the data was polluted in some other way, or some other colour balance issue occurred along the way. But yeah, there's a great, like a grey-blue cast to most of the background that I'm seeing. That could perhaps be corrected for, but yeah, actually really nice shot, Mike. I don't want to lose sight of that. Like I say, hey, we're on that weird track that's mixed its way in. We'll skip that one. I don't know, but yeah, nice stuff, Mike. Thank you for sharing that, mate. Was with the D1 and D2 swap too. Got you. Thanks for feedback. No problem, Mike. No problem at all, mate. Milkman, how's it going, Milkman? Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too, mate. Hope you're doing well. We are indeed. Same to you. Good stuff. Thank you for joining in, Milkman. Always a pleasure. Pim, good to see you. Dan Nephew says, hi Luke, I'm setting up a new 2600 MC Duo. I want to do planets on my Celestron C11. Do I need to use the coma corrector? No, mate. You can just pop it on and use region of interest crop on your sensor. That'd probably be a comfortable way to do planetary while keeping file sizes manageable once you capture some video files. Or alternatively, if you have Sharp Cap, I would highly recommend you get Sharp Cap if you want to do some planetary work. It's now got a planetary live stacking feature which will save you a ton of time and effort while you're learning. In fact, it's my preferred way of doing planetary now, to be honest. I see no reason, personally speaking, to go delving much deeper than that. So that would be my advice to you, Dan, if that's any use to you, mate. Stan, nice to see you, Stan. Time to get the rave party started. Yeah, I know, mate. Just got back from Wales, says Pim. Cool, from a golf trip. Perfect clear and nice ball-free skies too. Too much wind. I use it a lot. Good stuff, Dan. Yeah, so Sharp Cap's planetary live stacking, you could pair that perhaps with, having the region of interest follow for a good bit of your sensor. Given that you're using a standard C11 and not an edge or something, though, you are going to really want to focus mainly on the middle, of course, of what your sensor can see, as that's going to be the sharpest region, giving you the best results. So could be some use doing that for you. Astro Pimmy has posted a couple of images here by the looks. So we've got the Witch's Broom and the Bubble. I'll just get to the Witch's Broom first. Western Veil Nebula. Just finally got Pixie Sight. Congratulations. Just quickly running some processors on all my pics. A game changer. Good stuff. What the hell was I doing before? Here's the Western Veil Nebula. Nice work, mate. Yeah, I can see I can see where you're at with this. You're working along nicely. Looks like some of your data had satellite trails that's made it all the way through. I don't know if you can make that line out. Just a minor thing. If you might want to go through and get rid of it, but there it is. A little bit of a green cast overall, so I don't know if you wish to restore the colour in the oxygen-free filament regions and indeed the background at the same time, but a 50% SCNR would get rid of all of that for you. And otherwise, keep on, mate. You're doing well. There are, of course, other things you can apply down the line to this. BlurXTerminator, eventually, that'd be something I'd add to your workflow. Tile does not match the image, just for your information. I guess it was named Eastern Bell Nebula or something beforehand. And the bubble, let's check what you did with the bubble. So again, that green cast is visible along the background, as well as what appears to be some stuck pixels, hot pixels or something like that, that's also made it through the stack. So I don't know how you're currently stacking, Pimmy, but from what I've seen in terms of, you've captured a satellite trail that made it through stacking, and now some hot pixels and such that's made it through stacking, you may wish to start to use a rejection algorithm during your stacking process, whatever that may look like. So a really common one, of course, is kappa sigma clipping, or median kappa sigma clipping. That's like the real common one. And if you enabled that, you'd probably see a lot of this stuff go away, as provided that you are dithering your images during capture, which you should always be doing anyway. But other than that, fundamentally the image looks quite sound. It seems to be nicely focused. Most background gradients are gone. You could perhaps get a little bit more out of these regions just right here next to this small cluster, and off to this side of the bubble. But yeah, like I say, I'm just trying to give you feedback based on where I think you're at, that you can action on, and hopefully that's useful to you. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing. No problem, Dan. Duo on planets. Yeah, I mean, if it's all he's got though, Chris, it's absolutely worth using. Thanks for giving me that little nudge for Pixie Insight, and thanks for the tips there, Luke. Much appreciated. No problem, Pim. So I see this is you, yeah. Got you, mate. Astro Pimmy. That makes sense. Daniel, how's it going, Daniel? Clear night here, and I've ended with toothache. Oh no. I hope it goes, Daniel. There's no worse than toothache, mate. It can really piss you off, can't it? Henk Dervan. Ooh. Let's take a look then. Nice. Perfect background music as well. You'll love to see it. There's that huge sunspot again. Nice. Thank you for sharing that. And is this one another? Cool. What were these taken with, I wonder? Maybe Sea Star or something? Hard to say. But yeah. Lovely. Another one here from Henk as well. I like to see stuff like this. I don't know why it is, but I don't know. Video gives life to things sometimes more than a picture can. Didn't use any calibration files or anything, just stacking and GradientXpert, NoiseXTerminator, and BlurXTerminator. Ah, gotcha. Literally 10 minutes work. Good stuff. Solar's pretty cool. It is, mate. It's one of those things I've never really tried much of, though, to be honest. Yeah, could do with working on it a little bit more, I suppose. Let's move on. Fat to you. I would really appreciate a real criticism. Okay, these are my first 5 Astro images. I'm still learning new things every day on post-processing and everything. All made with the ASCII SQA 85 2600 MC Duo on an AM5. Okay. 120 1-minute subs on M101. Received my gear 6 hours before. Basically a function test. Just pointed at something that was high up. M81, M82 is 6 hours worth for 2-minute subs. 7635, 6 hours of 2-minute subs. Gotcha. And 7822 and IC434, sorry. 2.5 hours, and not sure how long on that one. Already seen on a live stream. Cool. So kindly asking you to please be frank and mean. Alright, mate. I know they are okay for me with the first 5 images, but I want to learn and develop and evolve my skills. Super. Looks like some people have been trying to help give some feedback here. I can't possibly go through all of that initially, unfortunately for you, but right, let's just dive in. I mean, I do believe, as I said before, if this is your first image, it's phenomenal, mate, to be honest, what you've managed to capture. You've done really well. It looks like focus was soft on this image, though, I will say, and it looks like you've tried to recover it a little bit by applying some form of deconvolution to it, and the stars, as a result, still look a bit soft. Just appear to be discs rather than points, kind of thing, and they're all a little bit sunken with some small ring artifacts around them, dark rings. But it's recovered detail in the galaxy quite well overall, but I'm sure you can get more from that particular scope, as I know they're absolutely razor sharp. Background is just a tiny fraction high for me, but it does look free of gradients, so you've done a great job there. And overall colour in the galaxy as well is nice job. M81, M82, again, your background levels are good, fractionally high, perhaps for my taste, but it's really hard to call it. I think my tastes vary as well, to be honest, based on what exactly I'm looking at in relation to the rest of the image. It appears that you've burned out the core of the Cigar Galaxy very slightly, and Bode's Galaxy there as well. The same thing, just very slightly. So you could perhaps apply generalized hyperbolic stretch and peel back a little bit more on that. That would help you resolve that kind of issue. If, you know, in your native data during capture it wasn't burned out. If it was already burned out during capture, then it's unrecoverable, of course. But it looks like this data was better focused, I think. So nice to see that. The lobster claw, bubble, etc. and friends here. So some beautiful colours on display. Some green fringing going on. Not exactly sure what should have caused that at this point, but SCNR would probably get rid of it without altering the overall colour balance of your image too much. It's certainly not unrecoverably. Stars are dominating this image though, overall, so it's hard to say. I would almost feel like perhaps should have stretched less, taken the stars out, then continued to stretch your nebular image, and then put the stars back in afterwards in a much less stressed state. There's a little bit of background gradient crept into this one as well. Again, I don't want this to sound like I'm being too harsh on you, because these are your first few images, but you've asked for, you know, more critique, so I'm trying to give you what you've asked for while still being reasonable. Colours lost as well in the bubble, so that should be recoverable, but it'll probably be a masking task. It's going to be hard to get a mask that gets, you know, the bubble nicely there, while, you know, capturing the mini lagoon here as well. That could do with the same thing, but leaving alone the brighter regions in the lobster claw. But that'd be me. And this is 7822. Your stars are much better on this image, far better controlled, and your colours better as well on this. So this is overall a marked improvement from your other images. Good soft transitions from nebulous regions into background. Nothing feels forced. No major artifacting on anything really, so it doesn't look overly sharpened or anything. So this is your image with the most promise out of all of them so far, I'd say. Good work. Good work if you do see this, mate. So yeah, hopefully that's useful to you. Daniel says, question for you all. A roll-off roof or a lift-off roof for an observatory? Oof. I'd go roll-off, Daniel, to be honest, mate. Yeah, that'd be me. Taking notes, says Pim. No problem, mate. But whatever suits you, though, Daniel, to be honest. But I reckon with a roll-off roof, you can have a bigger roof. A bigger port to the sky, if you like. That'd be me. Rock Aruda, 6 days ago. Imaged is cropped in. Sorry, image is cropped in. I was supposed meant to write. This target's fairly small for my 4-inch refractor. An Astrotech 102 EDL 4-inch refractor with a 0.8 times reducer flattener. Poseidon C Pro anti-halo 2-inch UV-IR cut. Cool. 54 5-minute subs. Nice. To be honest, mate. Nice. Yeah, well done. Overall, it looks like there's some small evidence of a blotch left in the image just over there, but it's it's not majorly distracting or anything like that. And it's hard to tell from this, but can anybody else kind of see what looks to be like the start of some dusty, cloudy stuff up here, perhaps, where my mouse is moving? It doesn't look like an extraction artifact or something like that. So it's hard to say. But yeah, star shapes, sizes, colours, really nice. Detail in the galaxy is nice. Very slight push towards purple overall in the body of the galaxy, and particularly on this right limb. Just here, going to about 3 o'clock on a clock face. There's a small slice of the pizza there that's gone notably purple, but yeah, it's pretty. You've captured a lovely image there for a 4-inch refractor. Cracking stuff, mate. Well done. I think your background black point as well is really nice too. Pavels is asking a question to all. Is there a way to add fake BA data to an image? I have a stock DSLR which is kind of low on getting HA. Oh, HA. Want to add it in some parts of M81 and M82, thanks in advance. Ooh. Hard to say, mate. I mean, you could, if someone lends you some data, you could perhaps scale it to your image, create a mask from the regions that you want, the HA parts, and blend it with your image. That's the way perhaps you could get what you're looking for without it being fake then, but with it just being a minor collaborative effort. That's what I'd say to do, personally speaking. Lord Whiteley. Haha, good to see you. Been a while since last posted an image and got around to processing IC434 and M42. William Optics V3 Red Cat 51 WIFT and a 2600 MC. Cool. Bottle 5 Skies. Nice. Atlia ALPT dual band HA03 high speed filter. Let's just see. So he's used BlurXTerminator, NoiseXTerminator, StarXTerminator, and GradientXTerminator. 82-minute subs, so 2 hours and 40 minutes in total. Nice. So some things have got out of hand a little bit, of course. Now the core of M42 blown out. The running man is on the way, and the flame is blowing out around Alnitak is as well, unfortunately, a little bit. So overall, I can see what you've gone for. You've tried to apply a very deep stretch to this data set, but in doing so, you've taken it just a bit too far, unfortunately. So it's probably a case for, start again and just take your foot off the gas pedal a little bit, as while those regions have blown out, so too have a lot of the nearby stars as well. And it looks like someone sprinkled coloured marbles on your image a little bit, whereas a lot of the other background stars are nice and small and controlled, so they appear then out of place with the rest of it. Hopefully this feedback is hitting and you're not taking it the wrong way. Yeah, I would, personally speaking, I would start again, apply overall a lesser stretch, and try to learn, if you do have PixInsight course, as you've mentioned, generalized hyperbolic stretch to get those background regions coming out while also managing to control your cores, your brighter parts of the image, these stars, etc. That's gonna save you a bit. Other than that, your background is largely gradient free. There's a small amount of streak artifacting going on up here. Not exactly sure what's caused that, but maybe you could search through your lights and see if you can figure out what's caused that kind of thing. And there's also then a large scale color model, green and purple across the whole image, like a hatch, like a grid, as I'm seeing it. So hopefully that's useful feedback for you, because I can see you've got some data to work with. and it's very, very bright indeed. But it could just do with another stab for me. Would you recommend HDR on that image? Won't need it, Mike, to be honest. I doubt it's burned out the core of Orion 2-minute subs on a 2600 from a Red Cat. Unless he's used like turbo high gain or something. But if he's used it just around, 100 gain, which is HCG gain mode for ASI cameras, the 2600s, he'll have loads of room left. So it won't need HDR. No problem, Pavel. Yannick, just bought my first telescope. Congratulations, mate. The Vespera 1 with a CLS filter and a hygrometer sensor for $600. It's almost brand new. Good stuff, mate. Congratulations on that. I think you can have some fun. That's awesome. Richard's Astrophotography, LDN772, Alpha Vulpeculi. The Loch Ness Nebula. I can see that. I can see Nessie down there. Nice. Let's just take a look at what Richard says. Taken with my favourite small scope, Ascar Farah 300 and a 2600 MC Pro. Oh, excuse me. I don't mean to keep yawning at you. Found this quite difficult to process. 92 10-minute subs. Okay, absolutely loving your feedback on Discord. Oh, that's good stuff. Hopefully I can give you some useful feedback here then if we see anything. Keep it going, absolutely will do. I was going through my newbie-ish diffraction spike phase by a Photoshop plugin on this image, and I know they're like, Marmite, that's fair, mate, yeah. So at least we know why there might be some little bit of a 6-point diffraction spikes on there. It appears to be a touch too compressed. Do you know what I mean? I can see what you've got going on. I just wish it was less compressed, unfortunately. I'd be able to give you some more feedback on that, but from what I can see, it looks like you've done a good job of neutralizing most background color casts and gradients in the image while successfully isolating out those dark, dusty regions which you're wanting to target with this. So I'd love to see the full version of that if you get the chance, Richard. But overall, mate, it looks very good. I like the star color too. Yeah, it's hard to give feedback at that point, unfortunately. Christoph says, at Pavel, got ya. Astro Pimmy, so Pim once again. Let's see what he's been up to. Some more quick processed images. Okay, so I'll just point this out straight away before I go into these, Pim. You can hopefully see the background levels are a bit bright on all of these images. If you just look on my screen, for example, the background levels of these three images in particular versus, let's say, even the Veil Nebula right there that you've captured, or this image next to it, or these images up here, etc. Yours are notably brighter than that, so they are just a touch too bright overall, which is going to cause issues detecting contrast in your image, or perceiving contrast rather. I think it would be more correct to say. Overall, I can see there's more data in this. It looks like it could stand a bit of a deeper stretch. But yeah, it's a hard target to do. Is the iris? It's got such a bright little core right there, and this dust that it's enshrouded by is very, very faint stuff. So I'd perhaps try stretching that with generalized hyperbolic if you get the chance. Looks to be a few remnant dust motes on this image. I don't know if you can see, like here, etc. A little bit of one at the bottom just there, so could have been a flats issue. Unsure exactly what's going on there, but focus looks good. I'm unsure which telescope you used though, Pim, because I can see a bit of blue fringing across on a lot of the stars in these images. So is it a doublet perhaps, or something like that? Because the star shapes and stuff look good, but there's a bit of blue fringing and so some signifiers of potential softness. I don't want to say defocus because it doesn't look defocused, but let's say this pair of stars right here next to Bode's galaxy, on like a real sharp image you can split those, whereas on this it's kind of melded into one. This pair here is melded into one. But there's, you know, there's stuff to work with on these, I think. It could just be a case of how deeply you've stretched, perhaps. But yeah, that'd be my homework list for you. If you want one, try generalized hyperbolic stretch on these to you know, to try and rein in those brighter stars just a touch, and then use what's it called now, linear mode for the background, to drop that down just a touch as well. It's really not as scary as it looks, that tool. There's the Owl Nebula right there, and accompanying pal. That's pretty cool, I have to say, mate. Yeah, overall, like I say, there's the stuff you can work with in this data. I will say that in this particular stack, you've somehow managed to stack one that's got a significant trail in it. So every bright star has a lobe to its right hand side. Perhaps you can make that out only just, but yeah, every bright star has a lobe on that one. Can't stop on the way out but towards your Yorkshire Teabag Fund. Oh, Chris, mate, thank you so much for that, mate. I really, really appreciate your support and your friendship, buddy. Thank you. I see what you mean now. I've just noticed the alerts really are balked. Let me just try to settle that for you a second. Thank you so much, Chris. You're a legend, mate. Just quickly edit this if we can. Don't know why this thing is dropping off the screen, but it shouldn't be. Sorry about this, guys. I'll just be one sec. Try to save this thing and update it in my OBS. Should be with you momentarily. Just pull this on the screen. Okie dokie. That should work. With any luck. Still off to one side and weirdly stretched. Oh my god. This is defeating me, guys. I have no idea what I'm doing with that part. I should catch up with the chat again 1 second real quick. I'm not leaving you hanging. Galaxy and a nebula in the same pic. Yeah, Jose says. It's a really cool little target, that. The owl. Looks like it's been cropped somehow in OBS. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Brian? I have that in Streamlabs. So I've just, in Stream Elements there, I've just centered the whole thing, let it truly center itself. But it still appears to have been cropped off the side, doesn't it? Any thoughts on a good off-axis guider? I have the tube tech right now with the 585mm. And the prism lock ends up tilting it heavily. Ooh. Hard to say, really, mate. I mean, you know, like the higher end ZWO ones, that kind of thing. I've got a Player 1 that's really good too. Not tried any tube tech ones myself. The cheaper ZWO ones are pretty bad. They're probably the same sort of thing as you're talking about right there. So it could just be, unfortunately, a case one of those problems you got to throw a bit more money at. Unfortunately. We'll just finish on Pim's last image right here, by the way. Some background gradienting going on and a little bit of a stacking artifact, perhaps, or some sort of background extraction error along the right hand side there, bright edge. Dark bottom left, bright top left, bright right hand side. And overall the texture has gone on. So it tells me that something's been applied to this image which has hallucinated and generated texture that doesn't exist in the actual image. Do you know what I mean? So to try to generally prevent that from happening, you need to be using, if you can, a tool that's really targeted at astronomy. Like I say, BlurXTerminator, I don't know if you have it, Pim. That shouldn't give you any issues at all as long as you apply it while the image is linear and unstretched. Otherwise that can hallucinate too, because it's then being fed wrong data to start with. Missed the beginning, you looked at my elephant trunk. And you looked at the first attempt. Next attempt was a massive improvement. Are you able to check that one out? Yes, Edward, absolutely. I will be going up through all these images, hopefully, and then I'll refresh and get through whatever else has been submitted as well. But yeah, we'll get through them, mate. So Richard's posted another one, Andromeda from last year with the ASCII FRA 300. Experimented to see what it would look like with motion leap added. Okay, splits the community, but at least hey, I'm down for it, mate. It's my own data. How much will AI affect the future of what we love to do? As much as you let it, I would say. It's a fun image, mate. Yeah, if you like it, that's absolutely fine. I think you're being creative with your data. Nothing wrong with that. It's not like you're trying to pass it off as I captured the motion of Andromeda or something mental. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's absolutely fine. Steve being an astronomer, same data, but learning how to do so much of a better job. So I'm guessing this is before and this is after. That looks, you know, a marked improvement to me. Bit of background cast still left in the image. Perhaps towards green in some regions. It's very slightly mottled, but it's a very low level model. And red in others. Colour of the galaxy is nice. Overall, sharpness of the stars is good. Colour of the stars is good. And the size of them is also good. So there's a lot of things to like about the image. If you could just drop down the background levels just a touch, I think that'd be another step towards success on that one, Steve. But yeah, I'm seeing marked improvements in your data, mate. So well done. Tim Raw's letting Nina do a full advanced sequencer from start to finish on M51. Gonna leave it running till dawn. What can go wrong? What could go wrong, Tim? Absolutely, mate. Centering could have cropped it. Perhaps, Brian. It's the I tried applying the centering after I'd just noticed that it was thrown off to one side. I'm so sorry it's cut off your kind donation there, Chris, but it should hopefully still have shown up in chat as well. Let's see if I missed anything. I also have the QHY M Pro AEG, which I like much more, but I can't get to my filter wheels. I hate proprietary mechanical designs. Yeah, me too, mate. Why can't stuff just have bloody threads? That's what I'm looking for. What a great community this is. Agreed, Pim. Yeah, and thank you for, you know, being a major part of it, dude. I mean, submitting your images for critique and stuff. We really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. It gives us a lot to talk about and we can all learn from it. So, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Rushing to set up my scope at the time, so I wasn't able to say at the time. Yeah, Edward, did you post it as a new image? Or have you posted it as a revision to your initial submission? Is what I'm wondering. Ed, here we go. This one. Right, got you. As a revision. Redid the processing and wow, okay, got you, mate. So let's take a quick look. So this is the before, which I didn't mind the colour palette. It was totally non-standard, of course, but this is more of a traditional SHO appearance. Just waiting for Discord to fully load it up. Nice, mate. I like the transition, nice and smooth and kind of like step free from blue into this green into this yellow. It all works, artistically speaking, I think. Some small feedbacks for you if you would like, Ed. Again, background levels are just fractionally high over here, but it's not much now. Some regions appear to have been masked and desaturated, which has left them devoid of colour. So let's say this large area right here, down into here, you see there's like a rift in between these otherwise coloured regions. Not sure if that's how it should be or not. Oh, thank you so much for that, Tim. You're an absolute legend, mate. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Thank you, Tim. Oops, let me just sort myself out there. We're still having these bloody cut-off notifications, aren't we? I'll just drop the music very slightly, as you can appreciate that's probably too loud for some folks. 2 times drizzle in third image, okay. And yeah, so some of you masking, by the way, as we were talking about, Edward. let's see around these stars. It's gave us a bit of an artifact around it, or what looks like maybe a harsh edge to the mask that's not present in all stars. So around here, these don't have it. This does. This doesn't. This does. This does. This does. This does. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about. It's like a blue splotch around the center of them. Don't know if that's something you wish to work on, but it is an improvement for sure, mate. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we can see a bit closer in now you've done this. You've clearly like masked some of these regions and desaturated. So the background's got a beautiful color, but it stops before all these stars, leaving them kind of in a void. Same thing around here, etc. So that's something I'd try to work on, personally speaking, Ed. Hopefully that's useful feedback for you. That's, you know, it's very pretty, but it is otherwise a little bit distracting on your images. Yeah, hopefully that's something you can work with. Thank you for that. Don't remember doing any masking. Could have been from BXT or NXT. Shouldn't do that. Yeah, it shouldn't do that, because you can see there is no colour in these stars where that's happened. Hard to say what's caused it then. If it hasn't been a mask though, something's occurred and robbed them of the colour but preserved the luminosity. Quite odd, because it hasn't done it to every single star. You see, like these ones around here, they've still got some orange colour. Very, very weird. Oh, crikey, Milkman. You're a legend, mate. 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's absolutely awesome. And thank you again, Tim, and thank you again, Chris. I really appreciate all the support from you guys. Really, really appreciate that. Oh, it's good to see that, Mike, as well. You see the Chris donation in chat, etc. So yeah, I'm assuming you're seeing these in chat too. As long as you guys are able to see them, because that really is some wonderful support. We're gonna, I think we're gonna have a few notification sounds going on there. Thanks again, Milkman. Hey, while this is going on, give me one moment to try and fix the stream elements thing. Wish we could see what's happened. It's so odd. So that. All right, it looks correct on my screen. Try to square it up if we can. Sorry about this, guys. I'm just trying to fix these alerts for you. And for me, it's annoying when it's not working right, isn't it? Perhaps that will work correctly. Now then, is that working? Do we see those popping up? Looks correct on my OBS side, so yeah. It's just up to you guys to let me know if it is working for you in reality now. I do hope that it is. And if it is, I'm going to attribute this success in sorting it out to Milkman right there, actually. Almost there, got it, super. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, we can work with that then. Thank you again, Milkman. The massive influx of new channel members from you just there, mate, has helped me solve the issue. I really appreciate that. Let me just pop open my YouTube once again so I can try to keep an eye on things. Right. Good stuff. Welcome aboard, Pavel, by the way. Appreciate you joining my channel membership system. Click the link to join the Discord. It says invalid when I click. Is that's still an issue? Huh. Let's just see. Or the remove magenta star script. Could have been from that, Edward. Yeah, it could have been from that. I think that... I can't remember if that's just a plain invert, SCNR, reinvert, or if whether it does a masking operation as part of it or not. But yeah, crikey, all these new members. Thank you again. Just catching up with chat, if I can, a little bit. Super. Yeah, I can see now. It's working and looking good. Fantastic. Put them at the top. So when they reach the lowest point, I could move them up a little bit if you guys would rather see that. Is up there any better for you? Well, that was the last one, I guess, but yeah, I think that's probably better. Looking at that. Just had a moment to align it, didn't we? But anyway, I can move on now with catching up with the Discord. Discord only gives a temporary invite link. Yeah, so on this one, Brian, I tried to set it as a permanent, like, non-expiry link. So hopefully that should be okay for people. Let's just catch back up to where we were. We just took a temporary look again there at Ed's rather pretty elephant trunk submission. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of what was going on there. That'd be useful information to be shared around. But yeah, pleasure is mine. Thanks for the great stuff. I really appreciate that, Pavel. Thank you. Much better, less distracting. Good. Oh crikey, Pim. Perfect opportunity to check. Oh, thank you, mate. You're a legend. Thank you, guys. Your support has been absolutely fantastic. Looks like Stan's just sent you another link, by the way, Carter, if you can pick that up in chat. Back again, Mount tracking went a bit crazy. Don't you just love Astro sometimes? Thank you again. That's dead kind of you, Pim. I appreciate your support. Really do. Oops. I think the stars least affected were in the nebulosity, and the script may not have recognised them because of that. Could be, or perhaps the star, if it was the script, perhaps those stars had a magenta halo around them beforehand, and that could be it. You might have just figured it out there, to be honest, Edward, and that's something you can work with for sure. 2 hours of data, no filter, one-shot colour, C925 non-edge with a 063 reducer, 523 MC Pro, and ball 4 to 5 backyard. Nice. Slight eccentricity to your stars. I've just got to try to point that out to you really quickly. It would be worth finding out which subs had that in. Hopefully it's not all of them. But yeah, it's a very promising image. I think you've picked up loads of detail. I'm assuming you haven't used something like BlurXTerminator on this, as I think it would take it up yet another notch, actually. But your control of colour is very nice. A little bit of green's crept in overall, but it's not much. Star colour's nice. A little bit of a stacking artifact that's been not cropped out along the bottom and left edge, just over there. But yeah, thank you. Very nice submission, mate. And I think what I'd change, like I say, would be a weak application of SCNR, half strength or something. And if you have it, BXT, but if you have it, I can't see why you wouldn't have already used it, of course. So, process with Cyril and GIMP. Got you. I just totally missed that. My apologies there, mate. Talking nonsense. Graxpert background removal and denoising, SBCC, axing, stretching, GHS and curves. No sharpening used. Right. Excellent. Yeah, so I know it's another investment, but like I say, that's probably what I'd do to take it up. Hey, what's this? 516 1-minute subs. This is an image I posted on recently. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. Nothing's, overly burned out. Looking again, could perhaps have been a bit more careful with the core of this galaxy. I feel like while processing, the outer extents of is it NGC 3718, I think this one's called, to pull those out and try to colorize them a little bit, I've inadvertently burned that, and that's just me not paying enough attention. Perhaps it's caused it. Just real quick, guys, is everything still working on the stream for you? I've just experienced a crash, that's all, on YouTube right there, so hopefully it's still working okay for you. And if it is working, hello, Alexander. Good to see you in another live stream, buddy. It's a pleasure to have you here. Fortunately, I'm using Bluetooth headphones, so I can still listen while I'm out in the cold. Edward, you're living in 2030, mate. We're all just stuck in 2025. I still see you. It's all good. Good stuff. Yeah. Very odd, though. We had... It's loaded actually back up successfully this time. Normally when I experience a crash... Sorry if this is completely just boring information for you, but normally when I get a crash, I lose a lot of the streaming metrics that I can try to keep an eye on otherwise. Whereas now I'm still able to see how long we've been live and things like that. Weird. But yeah, anyway, this is an image that I submitted. Not bad. If I was doing it again, I would probably try to drizzle it. But yeah, I did also this. Heart Nebula Core Broadband. So this was 315 1-minute subs, native F10 on the Edge HD11. I think I took this with 6200. MC, you know, like the player one, the Zeus version. Quite a pretty image, I think, if I do say so myself. I was happy with how that turned out. This is just some old data. I took another run at processing. Hard to say what I should do next to that. I mean, some regions of it look just a tad over pushed, but I was aware that I was pushing it too far anyway, but I went with it. I think my favourite part of this whole image is this little reflection nebula region down here. It's got some real structure to it. But yeah, I won't dwell on my own stuff. Just why not include them? Didn't notice any outage. Oh, so it stayed completely fine for you guys. Brilliant stuff. Thank you for letting me know that, guys. So Chuck's astrophotography, hang on. Undoubtedly, is Rasa and 533 MC colour. Antlia L filter 72, 5-minute subs. Whew, 6 hours. I like this. I mean, obviously there's like some dispersion happened around some of these stars, but I've spoken before about this in some of the images, and Chuck and you know, Pete's astrophotography, they're well aware of these kind of issues. It's not overly distracting though when you're dealing with an image that's otherwise this pretty. So yeah, looking at this large view, it's nice. I think there's good control of star shape, colour and size, aside from those little dispersions around the stars. But the cropped in view, oops, by far my favourite actually. I like the context with which this is offered. So yeah, cool. I think we might have found our target, you know. Someone asked right at the start of the stream, what do I think I might be shooting next? And I think, just allow me to check Stellarium for a moment. NGC 4565, the needle in it. That's just, yeah, Needle Galaxy. Let's just check real quick. If it loads. Crikey, I've got too many markers on. We want to be looking east. Where are we? I think it's somewhere up here. Let me just needle. There we go. Yeah. Let's see how this frames. So this would be with roughly with the SQA 106, which I could use that. And this is how I've got the Hyperstar itself actually set up. The Edge HD11 Hyperstar. That looks good. I think that could be the next target, you know. Even with the moon as it is. Where is the moon? Oh, reasonably close, innit? Moon's just south-southwest. And that's rising east-southeast. I don't know. Best thing to do is try it. It's closest I've came anyway to some inspiration as to what to shoot next. I think that's could be a good choice. You tried replacing the raster mask. Chuck can't quite figure out what is causing the misshapen stars. It is a very odd one, that, isn't it? Never seen nebulas in one shot colour. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and it is a very pretty image that Chuck's got there for sure. I believe all raster 8 have that dispersion. Some certainly do, Stan. My raster 8 that I had didn't. It was, I think, perfect, to be honest. I reckon it were a golden sample. I should never have parted with it. but no, it's, I think my old one was spot on, but some of these newer raster 11s, I think Chuck's was a bit newer than my old raster 8s, had a little bit of an issue with the edges of the primary mirror, and Celestron were taking them back and trying to correct them by grinding off the finish on the edge, so it's almost like turned down edge effect or something like that. Hard to say, but don't know, could be that. But as far as I know, you know, Chuck's had his raster a bloody donkey's years, hasn't he, actually? A long time, so maybe it's not that. Look at Astrobin, a lot of them have that flare in their pictures. Is it present on the older ones too, Stan? That's why we're free for him. Let's give it a joke. Stellarium program is glitching in OBS. Not sure why, but it goes dark when I pull up the menus. Weird. That's odd, Brian. But yeah, very pretty image, and I think that's potentially a target we can go for. Brian R now, PHQ 80, 600mm 183 MC Pro, so lovely small 2.4 micron pixels. 126 3-minute subs. PixInsight, Graxpert, BlurXTerminator, NoiseXTerminator on your second ever Galaxy pick. Flopped around on the black point / contrast as this target is just so bright, it kind of makes more sense to be more grey, but settled more black with a contrast correction in post. Okay. Well, there's a colour balance issue on my monitor. Don't know how this comes across for you guys. Obviously it'll be different based on your monitors too, but the black point's just a touch bright for me, but I can absolutely see why you've settled where you have, especially given that, you know, you've mentioned you've given it some thought and you've settled on that. That's absolutely fine, but it's cast towards green yellow. I want to say somewhere in between green and yellow is the background, so it could do with a bit of neutralization somehow. I don't think just SCNR would take care of this. I reckon it'd leave you with that yellow bias, then making the background probably go towards a bit slightly brown, I had to guess. But on the plus points, a very pretty image. I would say if you were up for it, one more pass of NoiseXTerminator before saving it out would help to get rid of some of this. It's like kind of like noise texture that's permeated the very fainter outer extents of the Galaxy. But overall, mate, your second Galaxy image ever, you should be very, very proud indeed. I think you've done a very good job. Hopefully that's useful feedback, if at all you do see this, Brian. Coma cluster nearby, that's cool. Yeah, Lucas 2. 7 hours of integration, Bottle 5, New Moon, Ascar 103, a 2600 MC, and Antlia Triband. 2 times Drizzling Cyril. Alright, so we're seeing, you know, some promise in the Galaxy right there. I don't mind that at all, actually. But there's some major issue with the stars. They appear to be like glowing orbs rather than, you know, how we're used to seeing stars, even indeed stars in the rest of this image. So unsure entirely as to what's occurred there. They also have pits around them. Hopefully that's coming through for you guys on the YouTube stream there, but like, let's say it's a brown pit around this. It's present on them all, but I don't know how well the contrast is going to make it through compression and then decompression or whatever on your side. Hard to say what I'd do with this. I would be tempted to say your work on the Galaxy core is overall nice. Don't mind it at all. The background and the stars need a lot of extra work though for me. But it appears to be largely gradient free, so that's a good thing. There is a bias towards a kind of a brownish colour though on a lot of the background. Yeah, I think best thing to do would probably be start again, pull out the stars mid-stretch once you're happy with the shape and size and etc. of them before they get to this point. Basically, as it's hard to say. It could have almost been like stretched with generalized hyperbolic stretch, but gone too far on the slider that alters the midpoint. So it's like nibbled into them. Let's just see. So I took notes. Okay, got both NoiseXT and BlurXT. Didn't use any calibration files, so I'll definitely do that. Nice. But right now I did GradientXpert, NoiseXTerminator, BlurXTerminator, and then EX soft stretch. Is that a good order? I would swap around Pim and do you can do GradientXpert early on, that's absolutely fine, but do BlurXTerminator before NoiseXTerminator, just personally speaking. Other than that, yeah, I think that's fine, mate. And then once you've got the NoiseXTerminated, you can then, you know, begin to stretch. That should help. James, DSO Imager, how's it going, mate? For anybody who don't know, by the way, my friend there, DSO Imager, got a lovely YouTube channel, helps out tons and tons of people through it. You might wish to go check him out. Lots of great images here. Thinking about what it was like just a few years ago, it's so much better now. Pfft, couldn't agree more, mate. Yeah, could not agree more. The quality of tools and processing that we can achieve these days for just a few $100, do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not free if you want to get the best tools. Oops. But my God, is it worth it? At least I think so. Thanks for the plug. No problem, mate. You deserve it, buddy. Hey, no problem, Pim. Yeah, so that's the only thing I'd swap around, buddy. On those, that should be awesome for you. Like this, Omega Centaurus. 210, 66 subs, no filter. Yes, indeed, good sir. I like it. Now, normally, you may wonder if I'm going to be inconsistent with my feedback on black point here, because obviously it looks just a touch too dark, but I think we've got to take black point sometimes contextually with the image that's being displayed. So in this case, it's a cluster. Obviously, the cluster. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It doesn't detract. I don't feel like we're missing anything through that lowered black point on this. So just in case anybody were wondering why that might seem inconsistent there, that's why. African Astro Luke's data. Oh, okay, so this is the M51 data that I provided. It's done a nice job there, I'd say. Nice star colour, good deep stretch been applied. Some small ringing around some of the stars, particularly, you know, the ones that appear to be embedded in M51. But yeah, overall, nice image. A little bit of a background bias towards blue, I would say though. But it ain't much. It's certainly not distracting. Oh, Andre. Thank you so much for that. Gifted 5 memberships. That's really, really kind of you, mate. Really kind of you. Thank you. Hopefully I got your name correct as well. I'd hate to be mispronouncing after you've been so kind. Meant easy soft stretch. Yeah, I know what you meant, mate. Yeah. There's another decent tool you could try out, Pim. I don't know if, like I say, if you were willing to try generalized hyperbolic stretch, but it really is not that frightening. It's a very effective tool. Jem Hadar, the man himself, the Sea Star guy. Got ya. Oh, crikey, mate. Good to have you here. Alerts are working for me now. Super. Yeah, I'm actually seeing them pop up properly for me now too. So don't know what's happened since the start of the stream, but yeah, seems to be all good. Thank you again for your very kind support there. Thank you everybody for your support. Actually, really do appreciate it. Good stuff. Let's jump on. Oh, Tim Ross says, Nina, not doing too well so far. Roof open, camera cooled, plate solved, guidance started, capture gun to the... Oh, so far so good. Got ya. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Tim. Pavel's GHS is the king. Yeah, once you get to grips with it, gotta agree, mate. To be honest, I have to agree. It really is pretty bloody good. Star Cluster makes me want to make M13 my next target. Edward, honestly, mate, I'm working on M13 myself. I posted an image just like of a close-up, undrizzled. I'm going to drizzle the data from the SQA 106 and see what I can come up with, because it's so bloody sharp. It deserves it. But I'm having fun imaging a cluster for once. It's really nice. Love the clear skies tonight. Guiding is awesome. Good stuff, Jim. Hey, I didn't realise you joined chat, by the way, Jim. Thank you for coming and spending some time, mate. Luke, have you ever imaged Hickson 44 galaxies in Leo? I haven't, no man, no. NGC 3187 for reference. It's a cool looking group of galaxies. Thinking about giving it a try, but it's going to be pretty small for my setup. Use hyperstretch in Cyril all the time. Not using in Pixie size, so scared. Not scared, just lazy. That's fair enough, Bim, yeah. Jeremy's eating his tea, watching on my iPad, NGC 3718, watching the snooker. Good on you. Remind me again, but what does drizzling do? Just increase the resolution of the image. So no, Brian, it's just like a standard resample would upscale the image, but it wouldn't restore spatial information. So that's what drizzle attempts to do. It takes, if you've captured your data with drizzling, dithering as a major part of the data set, let's say you've got a lot of transformations in positions of what's in your image that can be referenced to interpolate missing spatial information while drizzling. So you can end up with effectively a higher resolution than your sampling ratio would otherwise normally allow, and it is very effective if you've made sure to guide accurately, of course, get lots of subs, more subs the better, and make sure that they're well dithered during capture. It's a technique developed by NASA a long time back, actually. It really does work. When should drizzling be done or not done? It would depend on what you're going for sometimes. So let's say this M51 data right here that I captured with the Hyperstar. Realistically, I should probably have drizzled it, but there were so many subs to capture that I was honestly a bit put off, because it takes so bloody long to do. But it comes at a cost, of course. Nobody gets a free lunch. So when you do drizzle the data, you will also lower the available total signal to noise, if you like, ratio of the image. So you're going to be working with a less signal rich stack, but a higher spatial resolution in your stack, which can allow for honestly significantly more details to be achieved. So when I would personally do it is if you feel like you're undersampled, that is to say, let's say your stars are square and blocky kind of thing and you're lacking overall resolution, you wish to restore some, certainly give drizzling a go in that kind of situation. Let's say if you were imaging with an Edge HD at native focal length though, like Mike was talking about earlier, or like I've done before, it's going to be almost useless for deep sky captures. It's still useful sometimes for planetary captures though. But yeah, hopefully that's useful information for you. Brian? I'd say if you can figure out your sampling rate of your system, a lot of people used to say like the sweet spot is around 1 arc second per pixel. I think these days with today's tools it should probably be revised to be a little bit lower, and either by natively sampling at about 0.7 arc second per pixel or drizzling up to that resolution. Probably about 0.7 is a good sweet spot, I reckon, just from my perspective. Wind is beating my rig up tonight, says Edward. Yeah, it's been windy here too, to be honest, Ed. Just a checkbox in most stacking for drizzle makes the files all bigger too. In PixieSite, be sure to do it for the lights and groups. So in your experience, 585 and the 106, how much would you divvy by? As long as you've seen a visible transformation, DC, that's going to be enough, mate, to be honest. It doesn't have to be loads, not at all. Just as long as you can see, let's say, a visible transformation, generally speaking. Pre-diver, post-diver. That will be enough. That's all you're really looking for. But yeah, 100%. I think it'd be a great idea, to be honest, to try it with your 106. I want to give it a go with my 106 as well, dude. 100%. Apologies if I've been missing any chat, by the way. I do realise after the crash that I experienced, it had reset my chat settings back to just top chat only, unfortunately. So unfortunately, I might have missed something. So DC's just asked, by the way, can you walk through your process for drizzling? Brian and I are on the same page. So what software I do drizzling in is AstroPixel Processor. Just allow me to just open it up for you a moment. I really do recommend APP. I know a lot of people like to stack in PixInsight, and you know, with good reason, it's very good, but I find APP to give me, generally speaking, smoother results, and I'll try to show you the settings that I use if this is any use to you. So I'd load in, of course, all my lights, my flats, my bias. I don't bother with darks on any of my rigs anymore, or dark flats. Just no need. As long as your stars are successfully being analysed, don't worry too much about this tab. Jump straight to integrate. Select the amount of lights you want to deal with. You should have already been through them all, ideally, and sorted by eye. That's what I like to do if I'm really going for it, even if it's a big stack. If not, you know, just say maybe 85-90% of your lights. That should usually be enough. Average, adaptive, rejection with local normalization correction ticked. These are just general settings that I'd make sure are applied. Local normalization correction, this will be default to none. I really do find it's worth at least first degree LNC, one iteration, going right the way up to you know, even 3 iterations, that kind of thing. But first is fine most of the time. Multi-band blending is useful not just for mosaics. It can actually give you a little bit more workable area on the corners of your frame when you're doing your first crop kind of thing. And when we come to drizzling on this, it doesn't look like normal. So this is currently set up for a 2x drizzle. It actually defaults to a droplet size of 1, I do believe, and a scale of 1, and that's what it looks like coming on as default. And interpolation is the integration mode as well. So if you're going to intend to drizzle data taken with a one-shot color camera, you're going to make use of Bayer/X trans drizzle. Droplet, you're going to adjust that in relation to your scale. So like a 1.3, 1.5 times drizzle or something might look like a 0.75 drop, and a 1.3, 1.4 scale or something like that. But if you want a full 2x drizzle, you're going to go up to 2 scale and 0.5 droplet size, and that will work for you. But if you're doing mono data, you'll just need drizzle, standard drizzle for that. Hopefully that explains the settings there for you. But yeah, it works really well. I don't know why it's kind of feels a bit convoluted on this program. But I'll tell you what, I'll move this back into its normal position first. But it does work very well. Long story short. Let me just try to catch up with chat a moment, as I realise I've gone on a lengthy detour there. StarSRink Pro has been announced at NEAF. Wow, okay. With an IMX 585 and a secondary wide field camera for the Milky Way. Dude, that is sick. What a combination that's going to be. Sorry, I'm just catching up a little bit. Checkbox for most. Yeah, as Mike was just saying there, in a lot of stacking software, it is just like a checkbox. 2 times drizzle and it'll do the rest. A little bit more manual in APP, but I think the end results are nicer. I do 5 pixels every 5 frames. Yeah, I think a bit like Sigma clipping, you want at least at least 16 samples kind of thing. At least 16 different samples. So I don't mean 16 frames. When we're talking drizzling, I mean more like 16 different dithered sets of images, if you're not dithering every single image. Yeah, you'll dither enough to benefit from it, DC. I've just caught your message there. Dither every 3 frames, someone says, yeah. All depends as well how... Try not to think of dithering in terms of how many frames I'm leaving it before dithering, but how much time, just like in a temporal sense, just purely in time passage, how frequently you're dithering. So if you've got 10-minute long subs, you might want to dither every single sub. Could well be worth doing. I like the Lego explanation. I see. Still learning a lot. Oop. Just trying to catch up. Hear all the different terms, but there are quite a few I've not properly figured out. Hey, me still, Brian, to be honest. I've been doing this for donkey's years now and I'm still learning. Been dithering every frame. There's nothing wrong with that, DC. As long as it's not causing you significant overheads with your image and you're losing a lot of imaging time as a result of, you know, extended dithers that take some recovering from. Take lots of versions of the same Lego moon picture. In each one you shift the bricks just by a little bit. In each version gives the tiny piece of the missing detail. Yeah, so it's effectively like we were talking about. By dithering, moving it around, inevitably going to have stars landing like half on a pixel, half off, etc. Sometimes fully on. And it can fill in that incomplete data by looking at the difference between the frames. Good evening, Josh. I am indeed well, mate. Hopefully you guys are all keeping well. It reminds me of anti-aliasing. Let's just see. How did you learn to understand everything about astrophotography, and how long you've been working on it? I certainly don't understand everything, Jeremy, but crikey, I had to say, felt like I spanned my wheels for a long time and didn't really make too much progress for a good few years. Back in the dark old days when information were a little bit harder to come by. But a lot of my learning has just been through reading and self-tutoring through experimentation. I've been doing it for years. Good to see that was useful for your DC. Kieran says the 8-inch 200p and the 585 sensor is going to be half an arc second per pixel. That's awesome, yeah. No need for really drizzle on that kind of thing. Yeah, you're gonna have tons of resolution to work with there. Learning by asking questions, like Mike is saying. Absolutely. Thanks for taking a moment to show us that. No problem, Brian. I changed my dithering depending on exposure time. Short exposures, I'll have a few images between. Long exposures, yeah, dither every time. 100%, that makes sense. This place is making my nose itchy again. What is it with this room? 3-minute subs, says Edward there. Yeah. So you're dithering 30 odd times a night. Yeah, that's tons. That's plenty. Depends how long you will be imaging the target to get more samples, and in mono you can not dither between filters. I mean, you can. You can dither all the time around, but I guess it's a bit of a waste of time at that point. Personally, I like to set up a loop, like LLL RGB, and just have one of those L's set to be the dither trigger. So it'll pass through everything a couple times, and then boom, you'll have a transformation that permeates through every preceding image after that point. I think you have a clear sky microclimate, says Steve Wallace. I'm 10 miles away and you get less clouds than me, it seems. Just lately, Steve, it's been nuts here, mate. Yeah, tons of clear sky, and it's set to kind of stick as well. And back and in time, good old Luke, you slowed down for me. This is it, you know what I mean? This is just the kind of considerate guy I am, Nugsy. I don't know. Astronomy with Claire. Let's just have a look at this. M106, 26M, 740mm refractor, 1.5 hours each, LRGB. So probably a little bit top heavy on RGB data at that than if it was truly equally split. So like an hour and a half red, green, blue, and then an hour and a half luminance. I like to go for a 50-50 split just for what it's worth. But Claire has clearly made it work for her. Nice detailed image, good control on the core. I know it's got a very bright core. M106 star shapes, size, very good. Could stand maybe a little bit more colour if you wanted overall, and just a tiny bit of a darker black point would perhaps be the final kind of touches that I'd make to this. But you can see your red data is nice as well. You're capturing some of this region right here, and these have got some strong HA coming through for you. So a bit more saturation, they might start to pop up too. But yeah, good job, Claire. If you have it, NoiseXTerminator, quick pass of that would help things out just a touch more as well. Good stuff. Another one from Claire, Altair 26C 350mm quad refractor L Pro Max light pollution filter, 5 hours. Oh, this has got a solution. There we go. Looks to be a few it's not my eyes, it's like some spots effectively left over by some dust on a filter. It looks too large to be on the sensor cover glass, so I'm assuming this is on a filter. But like there's a spot here, and one down here. So perhaps some fresh flats is in order, one there as well. But for such a short focal length refractor, captures some nice detail, particularly in the eyes there in the middle. That's nice to see. There's a good little hidden pair of gems up in the top right, just there next to the closed thing. Hopefully you guys can see that on the stream. I know it's probably embedded slightly in chat for you, but I can't move it further, unfortunately. Star color's a little better on this image, I want to say. Shapes and sizes are good. Overall background is nice and flat. No evidence of remnant gradients. Yeah, just ever so slightly bright background again, for me, personally speaking, in context with the rest of that image. I feel like I need to add 50 different caveats, because I feel awkward giving feedback sometimes. Got your 5th night on NGC 3718. Woo! Nice one, Simon. Good stuff. NGC 281, Pac-Man. This one from Ed again. It's a bit deep fried. I love that. Deep fried. Didn't know when to stop moving the sliders. It also has a nasty gradient. If I was to re-edit, I would go at it aggressively with the DBE. Okay. 49 each, effectively, just 48 in S2. 3-minute subs. 7 hours, 18 minutes total. Used PixInsight, NoiseXTerminator, BlurXTerminator. 16-inch f5 new, 533mm. You shared the data as well, and here's a restack and edit. So I'm going to look at his first one, and then we'll take a look at the changes as well. So yeah, I can see obviously that is just a bit bright overall. Not unattractive though. Do you know what I mean? It's just a bit bright. Background bias towards some kind of greens and blues. A little mottled purple in the top right there. So as Ed mentioned himself on this one, there is evidence of some tomfoolery with the background still afoot. But if we move on to his restacked, 2 times drizzled and re-edited image, yeah, I'd say that's a nice improvement, Ed. It feels, however, just a touch more kind of like just bicolor overall does this, because there's no real transitionary zone between HA here into anything else. It just sort of just drops whoop straight into oxygen with no midpoint in between. So if you could work on that, Ed, at all possible, that'd take the image up to the next level for me. But your star colors, shapes, sizes, etc. on this image are a massive improvement over the one that we just looked at, the elephant's trunk. Black point is fractionally high, and a little background bias towards blue still present, but you have done a good job of getting rid of the gradients that you discussed as well. So yeah, major improvement there, Ed. Well worth the time investment. Is it worth getting a Canon lens adapter? Ooh, for the 585mm. Oh, it's a good question, Kieran. Do you have some good Canon glass, like, or other, compatible lenses that you wish to use it with? I think the 585 would, I don't know, potentially pair quite well with, I want to say a Samyang 135 or something similar like that. Although I don't know how it'd handle it being that pure mono data, if you are looking at capturing luminance, because I really feel like that lens would probably get UV bloat without something to cut out at least the UV IR. So if you do get one, Kieran, might be worth looking at one that's got a filter slider built in. A cheapish 75 to 300 kit lens. I'm going to probably say probably not worth it then, Kieran, at that. If it is like one of the kit lenses, the standard, the plastic body 75-300 f5.6 to whatever, then nah, because you've got to step those down to about, if memory serves, f7.1, f8 or something before they'll start to produce reasonable star shapes for you. And you're never going to get much sharpness out of that lens overall at that point. That would be my take. I'm sure you'd still have some fun, but I think it's a significant money investment to probably ultimately be disappointed in the end. Use the base gradient removal tool in PixInsight. Is there a better tool for it, or should I try to mask it? When you say the base gradient removal tool, do you mean dynamic background extraction or automatic background extraction? Or do you mean the much newer, but still included with PixInsight if you configure it, like multi-scale gradient correction, MGC tool? No problem, Kieran. I hope I'm not like put a downer on that for you or anything, mate. I just let's be honest, astronomy gear is bloody expensive, innit? So even something like a simple lens adapter can cost silly money if you're getting one that's got a filter drawer and stuff built in. Just as an alternative to the 200p. Yeah, I know what you mean. I just feel like you'd probably end up ultimately a bit disappointed with the results, and then you'd be left with like that adapter that live in a drawer kind of thing. Unless you had more lenses. Not DBE, but that's a good idea. I think it was multi-scale gradient correction. Yeah, I'd just scratched the idea for DBE entirely, to be honest, Edward. If you've got multi-scale gradient correction up and working, that is much better, but it does take some dialing in. I do demonstrate that actually on an upcoming video. I've got the M51 challenge and processing tutorial coming out soon. TM, I don't know, soon. It's recorded. I just need to get on with editing it and putting that together, kind of thing, uploading it, thumbnailing it, all that jazz. And as part of that, actually, I tried out getting rid of a gradient that was present in the M51 data with Crackspert, and it does like an alright job, but we give it also then a go to multi-scale gradient correction and dial that in a little bit. And that does a better job on that particular image. Little video plug. This is the times we live in, mate, you know what I mean? Gotta get them plugs in where I can. I had a Tamron one and I was unimpressed. That's with a DSLR, yeah. When the video comes out, I'll give that a shot. Super, Edward. Yeah, I hope it's worth it for you, mate. So we're looking at the Owl Nebula, by the way, sorry. Noisy Nutritionist. Had an hour left at the end of the night, so I attempted at the Owl Nebula. Quite happy with how it's turned out. 23-minute subs, so 1 hour exact. 533 L Enhance filter. Okay. So there's a background green bias and a remnant gradient present in the image too, so like darker bottom right, lighter top left, very slightly. But yeah, if you get rid of that green bias, it'll also take it out of the core as long as you don't do it by masking, just an SCNR application. And you'll end up with honestly a pretty nice image there. It looks like the owl is overly textured though, I've got to say, so that's not quite correct. it does look like it's hallucinated whatever you've used to sharpen the stars and things like that. So just watch for that kind of thing happening if you're processing using even BlurXTerminator. Like I say, if your data's in a non-linear state, then that can hallucinate. Just watch out for it. It can look really good, but it is ultimately at that point, it's lost its integrity, you know what I mean? It's not real anymore as such. Chris Utev, CA-SCT, Uranus C Pro, f6.3, L Pro filter. Challenging filter to use, I think. I've never really been happy with results from them. 372 minute subs though. The Black Eye Galaxy, nice. It's made a nice capture, I have to say. Overall, a good bright galaxy there. It's got a very bright core. Bit of noise prevalent in the image. It's largely got rid of gradients in it. It's just a really small glow down here that I'm seeing. Not much at all though. Good details in the middle, like this flocculent cloudy stuff. Yeah, nice shot. I think your background levels are just about right for the image, and there's no particular color bias going on as well, so you've done a good job of neutralizing that too. If I was going to do anything to it, personally speaking, I'd apply some NoiseXTerminator, get rid of some of this granularity, and maybe mask the galaxy and the stars, get some more color into all of those just by a little up on the saturation. But otherwise, nice work. Milkman, hopefully he's still here. I know he was in the chat just a bit earlier when he gifted all those subs. 211 Milkman, this is 12 hours of integration on IC63, the Ghost of Cassiopeia, captured over 2 nights. Decided to reprocess today. Captured using the ASCAR 71F, 409mm f6.9 scope. Uranus C Pro, says a 585, gain 210, offset 75, cool to -10. Player 1, anti-halo, dual narrowband filter, 3nm, good filter. Bottle 4 skies, main. Nice. Honestly, mate, taking this at first, just at first glance, I like what you've done. Love the colour, especially in the Ghost. That's working out really well. There appears to be a small error with background extraction, where there's a bit of a pit been dug just off the shoulder of the Ghost, just like here and a little bit down here at this tail end. But I appreciate how deeply you've probably stretched this in order to get all this nebulosity practically connected up. So if you want to revisit and work any further on it, a small touch up on the background extraction phase may even be made easier by a bit more of an aggressive crop, as there's a small black bar along the top. I don't know if you can see that, where you've just very slightly undercropped the image. A little bit more of an aggressive crop might make the next steps just a touch easier. Not seeing much evidence of anything along the bottom. And there's overall just a small green cast then to deal with. But yeah, other than that, I like it. Yeah. Hopefully that's, if you see this Milkman, that's something you can work with. Oh, you are here. Brilliant. Yeah, still here. Good stuff, mate. Hit a body. Twice as many watching as there are likes, lads. Save up for a small refractor it is. Honestly, Kieran, I think, yeah, that would be my advice, bud. It really, really would. I think you'll get so much more fun out of it, a little refractor. So much more fun. Saw it after I posted it. Got you. Let's just check out Brian's Andromeda. Latest reprocess of M31. I don't know if Brian's still in chat. Shot last year, image from ball 3.5-ish skies. RGB, total 10 hours, 2 minute subs. Image, like my rosette, was also shot on my ASCAR 65 PHQ 2600mm. Really love the images of Andromeda with the wonderful blues in the disc, but I've yet to be able to replicate that look. Also, there seems to be a haze or a fog in the image, I think. So much so, I threw the image in Photoshop and used the dehaze tool to knock it back a bit. Okay. Yeah. You could, like we talked about a little bit earlier, actually, if you are here, Brian, Oh, you are, yeah, here still too. I really do find it is worth that bit of extra time going through your images, like manually. Don't even have to be in Blink. It can just be in like ASI Fates Viewer or whatever. Just have a look through with the histogram tool open at the same time, and establish for you on a given night what a good average background value is. Looking at that histogram and just click through them using your left and right arrow keys, and just hit delete when you see one that's out of parameters, if you like. Oh, I know what's just happened. Thank you for the critique. I appreciate. Pushed it a bit much. Milkman, honestly, mate, I think you've pushed it. I think you've pushed it right. It looks good. It's like I said, the only thing I would probably change would be that little bit of a pit that's somehow ended up dug. Oh, blimey, I need some... Got no to drink them with. Bugger it, I'll just sit here itching. Yeah, I think that's the only thing I'd change, but and then a mild SCNR, like 50% strength or something. That'll probably push this back to a neutral colour. But yeah, going on to the Brian's image. Let's just have a look at this. Let's take a look. Honestly, Brian, I'm not seeing anything wrong. I think it looks nice, but hard to tell if I'm seeing like screen viewing angle errors at this point or not, because if there is any gradient left, it's very, very mild. So it's not even really worth concerning yourself with. I think your colour is nice overall. You are bringing out some of that blue around the edges where it should be, you know what I mean? You do see some images, like you say, of M31 where the whole disc is like a lifted blue and stuff, but I think yours looks nice and natural. It doesn't look forced, do you know what I mean? In any way, shape or form. So lots of HA nebulosity creeping in around there as well. It looks woven in there tastefully. Your star shapes, sizes, colours, all good. The amount of detail in the dust lanes is nice. So, to be honest, Brian, for an image where, you know, part of your write-up seems a little negative on it, I think you've made a nice image. That's me, but yeah, good stuff. Is your humidity okay in your room? Ooh, 42%, mate. Don't know if that's good or not. Could be low or high. Have the same nose itch thing when it's low. Yeah, I think it's certainly lower in this room actually than outdoors. So maybe that could be it. Maybe a bit pink looks good. You see, it looks okay on my screen. So again, this could be a color balance thing. You know, between our monitors. It's not forced in any way, isn't the stretch, so it's hard to pick up on other things, do you know what I mean? There's no real gradients left or anything like that might become more apparent if it applied like a truly savage stretch to the thing. But I like it. It's ended up looking natural as a result and not forced, which is an aesthetic all of itself, I think. Carl, Sony a6000 with a vintage 500mm lens. How about that? Vintage lens capturing some sun. Good stuff. I like it, Carl. Well done, mate. Thank you for sharing. Fish and football. Where are you imaging from, mate? Dundee, East Coast, Scotland here on Seastar. Nice. West Yorkshire, mate. Yeah, that's where I'm from. Near Leeds, effectively. Nugsy. We're just getting to your images now then, Nugsy. Third post of this on here, was deleted. Originally 2 hours 48 minutes, now at 4 hours 55 minutes. Been having trouble actually improving the image with the additional night. Could be adding bad data at that point. Yeah, garbage in, garbage out, as they always say. I'm not saying your data's garbage, but I mean, if you do start capturing data when the moon's getting stronger and things, it can be better to just call the end to your project. But right, let's dive in, Nugsy. Hang on. Luke, my last bows and cigar image you said had a collimation error and the black point was too low. Interested to see how this differs. Okie dokie. let's dive in. So it's used Serial, Grexpert, GIMP, and AstroSharp. So it's like free processing tools. So the collimation looks good to me, Nugsy. No worries at all there, to be honest, bud. I'd say if any corner looked slightly squonky, it would be this top left. The stars appear to be, I don't want to say chromatic because it's going in the wrong direction, but just widened, disked slightly. It's hard to say, but it's minor. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill about that. I'd say your black point is a touch too low still, to be honest, mate, and there is obviously a bit of noise crept in, but it looks just like classic Canon thermal signature, like this red texture mottle that's running through the image. I think your colours that you've achieved in the galaxies are nice, slight bias towards purple, but I realise you're working with a limited tool set, Nugsy, so please don't take it like I'm shitting on the image or something, because I think you've done well. I do. And I know, like I say, it's easy for me to give feedback and stuff and say, oh, well, I'd do this. I've got all the bloody tools, do you know what I mean? You're dealing with a limited tool set, so yeah, I think you've done really well. Overall, really well. Thank you for sharing. It was bottom right last time and I've not collimated since. Interesting. Yeah. Looks to be, your bottom right looks fine on this, buddy, so is this rotated opposite way? Flipped 180, top left now. That'd make sense, wouldn't it? Lime Pie. Took this yesterday, it's 4 hours of integration. Captured using Celestron C8 Edge, Scavenger EQ6R Pro, D5300 with Astro Mod. Let's have a look. So there's a green background cast over the whole image. Black point's not bad. I'd say, yeah, not bad. Bit of colour mottle, generally speaking, and it appears that some sort of trailed star has crept in. Hard to say what it is, but like there. You can see it on some of those brighter ones. Odd though that you can't see it on everything. So it's hard to say what that is. Colour of the galaxies is pretty darn nice. This is a real close-up view, of course. This is the eye is there, isn't it, at the bottom left. So yeah, it's a challenging field of view to capture. I think you've done overall well, given the challenges involved, and especially using relatively modest gear in terms of camera. Yeah, nice stuff. Bit of background gradient in that I'd work on as well if I were you, but that's just me. Let's just see where we're at. Thanks, Luke. Always give appropriate feedback for the gear, software experience, integration time. Thank you, Nugsy. Yeah, like I say, I don't want to like give feedback on something and someone think, well, chuffing hell, I've tried on this. You know what I mean? Which I'd understand, because it's never intended like that. It's more just, I've seen a lot of images. So I can try to pick things out just as I see them. I've got an advantage with first glance. You know what I mean? Let's just see what this was. Stoic Yako. Shot this over 5 days, but managed to get out, an hour each day, got ya. 2600 MC Duo, ONTC 10-inch f4 reflector, AM5, big old scope on that AM5, blimey. Optilong L Ultimate and ASCAR D2. Processing PixInsight to combine the dual narrowband data into the SHO palette. Well, it's not achieved a standard SHO palette, I think it's fair to say. It looks more like a dual narrowband image, just standard to me, but it looks nice what you have achieved. There is some evidence of different colours creeping in, like this fleck going across here, just going into the edge of that, more flecks going across the O3 right there, coming up in a different colour to the rest of it, bit of yellowish tone, which is nice. Good details on display, stark colours, shapes and sizes aren't bad. I think the only thing I a little bit about is there appears to be some like blob of dispersion around some of these brighter stars at the NGC 2244 cluster in the middle. But overall, nice. Yeah, nice. I think you clearly know what you're doing. Good stuff. RP Astro, total of 41 hours with the Edge HD 8, 575 90-second luminance shots, 212 4-minute RG and B, and 50 15-minute HA shots as well. Jeez, what a data set. Right, let's have a good look at what we're dealing with here then. So, right off the bat, I want to say it's a very pretty image. But let me just give you some feedback that hopefully you could act on if ever you do see this. So the background is biased towards green. It's it's not a neutral grey colour, and it is a bit bright, so it is actually grey rather than like a space grey, if you like. So it's just a bit bright for me overall. You've applied a good deep stretch. Ooh, what's just occurred? Unsure. But yeah, you've applied a good deep stretch, as evidenced by these, very faint extensions that you've pulled out very tastefully, I'd say, overall indeed. Wherever you've used to get rid of some gradient has pitted very slightly here and here. We've seen this on some other images before. I've experienced it on my own M51. Perhaps try out PixInsight's what's it called now? They're like Mars tool for gradient removal. Set the scale correct, experiment with it, and go from there. That's what I'd do to take the gradients part of this to the next level. Color-wise, there's some work to be done overall. So if you guys can see this, if it's making it through compression of the stream, let's say around the core of this galaxy right here, there's quite a almost looks like a wine stain on a white sheet. It's like bleached in the middle and then goes out towards a red fringed edge. And that's likely came in as part of this person's plan to mask out these nebula regions around the spiral arms of the galaxy, and not feathered the mask enough. And it's also captured, let's say, this edge on galaxy right there as well, and it's made that go pink at the same time. Loads of detail, so that's really promising. I think if they could get the color balanced on this, it'd be a phenomenal data set. But I think spectrophotometric color calibration to start with, and then a little bit of selective masking would probably be the right steps there. So yeah, I can see, like I say, you obviously you're technically proficient getting data of this quality. It's just a case of there are things that could be applied, I reckon, to take your image to the next level. But it's very pretty as is. Not sure what stains you've been looking at, Luke. Do you see what I mean though, Pete? Is it coming up for you? Because like there's ringed stains there around the edges. They're there. Like here. It's hard to, I mean, can't zoom on this with control scroll, unfortunately. But yeah, it's pretty. Not very good at post-processing. Oh, you're talking to Cheap Astro, got you. Sorry. I would love to work on the M51. Someone subbed. Ah, that's what it was. Got you. Yeah, oh, you can see it then, Pete. Yeah. I wondered if it weren't coming through, mate, because sometimes stuff like that, I assume won't make it through, but it's really deep data. I think there's so much you could do with that now. Maybe getting onto one of your images now, Pete. My version of M106 with data provided by Chuck's Astrophotography. Alright, so just looking at this as is, Pete, I can see two syncings that's occurred, unfortunately, as part of probably background extraction plan that's been applied. So you can see M106 itself has been recessed with a dark ring around it there, and so too has that like little splinter galaxy just there. Little dark ring around that too. The rest of the background looks absolutely spot on though. Don't mind the black point. I think it's nice and tasteful. Star colours, wonderful. As we've talked about, if this is the raster data from Chuck, then we know about the dispersion around the stars. It's, you know, what can we do? But the amount of detail you've pulled out of M106 is phenomenal. So really, really well done on that side of things. It's just like I said, the only thing that's let the image down for me, Pete, would be like the sunken appearance of M106 right there, that dark ring. Don't know if you can make it out or if it's just a gamma thing or whatnot, but yeah. Really, really still a very nice, pretty image, mate, and thank you as always for your time. Is there a Discord link? Yeah, absolutely, mate, at the top. If you want critique and stuff like that, I'm happy to give it. Like I say, it's I always feel awkward giving critique, but it's getting easier the more I do it. Seems like people do genuinely take it in the spirit that it's intended. So, Heart Nebula quick processing. No details on this one from Pim, so I'm assuming looking at the size of the field of view, it's hard to say actually. What did you capture this with, Pim, if you're still here? Nice star, like size and shape, not bad at all. Decent details in the core. It just it's overall a bit light green. That's a cast over the old image, so again probably 50% SCNR, maybe a little bit more, and you should neutralize that. It's generally speaking free of gradients, I would say. So then after that's applied, just drop the black point a little bit and you should get rid of all this green background, the green rings around the brighter stars in the image, and add like an overall, like a leap in contrast. At that point, should you wish, you could probably mask out the Heart Nebula itself with a red mask and bump up the saturation just a touch if you want, but it looks, you know, it's quite natural on its own right there, I suppose. So, good stuff. Only notice those rings afterwards. It's a side effect of a new process I'm working on. Ah, okay, Pete. That's interesting then. Seeing all these fab shots make mine look positively limp. No, Peter, you won't feel that way, mate. Honestly, it's not a competition. It's ooh, crikey. Any idea what causes the star echoes in the bottom right corner? I just started using PhD2. I'm in shock at how well it helped me get long exposures and more detail. Exquisite night tomorrow for viewing here by the sea and island, right in on the water. So this looks like micro lens reflections that we're seeing off the rearward face of a filter potentially, because I'm assuming you've used a dual band filter to capture this. So there's a few things going on that I'd like to talk about. You can obviously see there's a texture over the whole image, so whatever's been applied to this as part of his technique for sharpening is unfortunately super overdone. It's hallucinated and it's applied everywhere. It looks like a paving slab or something. It's got like a stone texture to it almost. But what you're seeing here is probably micro lens diffraction. We used to see this sometimes reasonably commonly, anyway speaking, on bright stars with a 1600 camera, the Panasonic sensors. They were very prone to showing that. It's normally something that's gone away with the modern sensors, so I'd be interested to know what kind of like camera you've taken this with. But yeah, that's almost certainly what you're seeing there. So it's a reflection and a magnification of the sub-pixel array on your camera. Unavoidable if your sensor like suffers from that kind of thing, unfortunately. There's a bit of stacking artifact scripting, so there's an elongation of the stars in the image going from like 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock or so, if you like. Background's a bit bright and green. But yeah, I think that's probably enough feedback. I don't want to absolutely go off. I really am trying to help with this kind of thing. Had the same mottled effect recently after Graxpert. Interesting. We'll have to experiment with that. Colourblind, so green is my weak spot. Got you, Pim. Got you. That can't be easy, mate. No. To int. Let's see. Aperture 75 quad, ASI 183MC, UV IR cut filter. Someone were asking how much integration, but I didn't see a reply, unfortunately. Nice smooth background. Black levels are good. Just the faintest hints of some of these extensions around here, and a little bit of the integrated flux nebula visible. I'm still trying to replace the terminology in my vernacular. For that, I kept calling it interstellar flux nebula. But yeah, I think overall, your colours in your galaxies are nice. Aside from just a slight green hue on some of the brighter stars, but most of the background isn't suffering from it, interestingly enough. So that's an oddity of the image in and of itself, but probably SCNR would still pull it out for you without significantly altering the colour balance of the rest of the image. If you wish to take your stretching to the next level, don't know if you've got it, but generalized hyperbolic stretch would help you to stretch these stars and these galaxies, etc., without blowing out the cores. So that'd be a next step if you're looking for a homework list. But yeah, beautiful image, good stuff. Chuck's astrophotography. M94 Croc's Eye Galaxy. Let's see what Chuck captured here. Captured a Celestron Rasa, 533 MC colour, Antlia L filter, 118 5-minute subs, woo, and 20-30 second subs. The short exposures were necessary to prevent the core from being blown out. Yeah, I've had experience with this recently, this Galaxy. It does have like a brutally bright core, so I think Chuck's made the right call there on that one. So in like the overview of it, it's very pretty. You can see this huge extension that he's managed to capture right there. That's wonderful to see. And in the close-up, let's just jump in a step. I feel like maybe I'm being a bit unfair jumping in this close, to be honest with you. Black points, pretty darn good. Just fractionally high for me, but it really is arguable either way. A little bit of noise around the outside. Don't know if NoiseXTerminator would have got rid of that, but the main thing it's like mildly distracting. It's not really too much, and I think it's because I'm just viewing it too close. There's a bit of a hatch right in the core right there, so like a grid effect almost, right on the core. But I shan't let it distract me too much from an otherwise rather pretty shot. So I don't know if Chuck will ever see this, but well done, Chuck. Imaging M106 on your main scope and M51 on the C-Star. Uploaded some better pictures in my setup. Nice one, Derry. We'll take a look at those, mate. DC, good to see you still here, mate. Do you stretch your stars separately? I.e., do you stretch your stars prior to stretching and then stretch each individually? Depends on the job, to be honest, DC. I mean, if generally I'll do my stretching manually with generalized hyperbolic stretch, and if it gets to the point where I feel like stars are beginning to dominate the image rather than accentuate, then I will probably attenuate my stretch to match, you know what I mean? I'll stop a little bit early before I'm finished stretching the main target, take the stars out once that I'm happy with them, with the intent of putting them back in at that, you know, later point in processing, once I'm happy with the rest of the stretch that's been applied. That said, generally speaking, most jobs don't require that these days, I wouldn't say. So yeah, GHS will really help get you at stars where you want them to be while preserving everything else in the image for me. Grid effect is left over from drizzling. Had the same thing when I processed the M94 data as well. Got ya. Yeah, oh, good to see. Yeah, so that makes sense for you, DC. Good stuff, mate. NGC 5033 and friends. 4-inch doublet refractor. Let me just get myself comfortable. Long it looked good. Gone are those days, brother. Yeah, NGC 5033, so this is the Waterbug Galaxy, I think. Player 1 Poseidon C Pro with a UV IR cut filter. 52 5-minute subs. Included both the cropped and uncropped versions. Alright. I tell you what, mate, say you've captured this with a doublet. It must be a good doublet. I'm not seeing any major, you know, shonkiness with the stars or anything like that. It looks good to me. Loads of texture and detail on both galaxies. The colour that you've got on both galaxies is nice. Black point's slightly higher than I would personally set it myself, but we see that a lot, of course, so maybe I just have a tendency for slightly lower black points these days. That's, you know, potentially definitely a thing. But like we've talked about, generalized hyperbolic stretch, if you haven't used it, that might have helped just restore a touch more detail into the core of that galaxy, and particularly this one down here. But otherwise, good stuff. Technically very sound stuff, I feel like. Well done. Yeah, very pretty image. Kieran Williams, NGC 3180. The Little Pinwheel. 11 hours, gathered over 3 nights. Bought 5, 220, 3-minute subs. Canon 60D. Last image is taken with this camera attached to the scope. So this is before you changed out your camera then. Got ya. Pics in sight, RC Astro. However, the tool's trials have now expired. Oh! Stars appear a lot crisper with the mirror clip mask. I'm really glad that worked out for you, mate. Super glad. Yeah, oh blimey, they do, don't know what a difference. I remember your previous image where we talked about the kind of like clip diffraction and things like that. It was gone from dominating your image to being, you know, like you've really quelled it, so well done, mate. I think ultimately a really nice send-off for your Canon 60D in terms of its astrophotography career on that telescope. Yeah. Nice work. Your black point's nice. I like it. No real evidence, remnant gradients or anything like that. So, yeah, good stuff, mate. Appears to be that there's a really bright star just somewhere down here where my mouse pointer is, though, just behind my bonds on the webcam. A little bit of evidence, perhaps. If you want this feedback, Kieran, don't stress over it though, mate, because it's really not distracting. But this vein might be very slightly twisted on your spider. It appears to be just splitting into 2 off that left-hand side. But it's not much. So good stuff. Yeah, really good stuff, mate. Thank you for sharing that. No, maybe fractionally too dark black point. If you want one more little bit of feedback. It's very bright, I cropped it out. Gotcha. It's good to see you still here, Kieran. NGC 6543 Cat's Eye Nebula. Let's take a look. First real light with your Edge 11 from your Ball 5 Garden. It's not a professional shot by any means, but someone with more skill could have probably got a lot more out of the data. Okay. Pretty happy with how it turned out for a quiet evening under the stars. Good stuff. So you've used the reducer for this as well. 2600 MC Pro and L Extreme, 9 hours. Ooh, so there's a background bias going on, like a bluish bias. I think it's certainly closer to blue than purple. Likely as a result of you processing to stretch this thing out. And I know you've used a mask on the core, as you talked about, but it could perhaps have stood being slightly more accurately applied just to the cat's eye itself, as it's robbed some colour from the core just around there. It's left the cat's eye itself mildly desaturated, but sat in a pool of grey, if you like, around an otherwise very colourful cat's eye. So that's something I'd work on if at all you could, and maybe get rid of the slight gradient going from like darker top, lighter bottom on the image. But I appreciate it's really challenging to make good captures on targets that are this bloody small, and with a very bright core to deal with and a very faint extension. So obviously I want to leave you with that and say, you know, it's commendable that you've tried and achieved effectively what you set out to do. Just needs a few more touches. Tania Australis, thanks for feedback. No problem, Kieran. Oh, you've tried tweaking it, got you. So I had trouble sometimes with the Skywatcher newts where like the vanes would end up twisted with the final part of tensioning applied, and it's hard to make sure that they're perfectly parallel with the light entering the tube, innit? I'm glad you're enjoying it, Fish and Football. Yeah, it's a lot of fun getting to look through everybody's images. Alan, Pabs Astro, reprocessed tadpoles in natural colour. Hopefully better this time. Processed with Affinity Photo. Okay, so it's a bit small. It's hard to kind of fully see what's going on, but there's a green cast mainly. So looks like you've dealt handily with most gradients in the image. Most. There's a slight amount of pitting around there. I don't know if you could get rid of that. Potentially, that could be something worth doing. But the big thing I'd say is to try to get rid of that green bias in the background, as it just slightly distracting. But it's a nice image, mate. So thank you for sharing that. We're looking at an alternative, got you. Writing on water. No, I tell you what though, Kieran. Going back to like what we talked about with the mask. I know you 3D printed a mask, I do believe. It's done a wonderful job, mate. So that's a massive step that you've taken there, and it's worked out wonderfully. So good stuff, mate. Writing on water, straight out of the box on a beautiful night. Cannot see how the Wonderbox could have done better with the new EQ mode. Scope is Explore Scientific ED80. Guiding was 0.2, 0.3 all evening. Thought it was broken at one stage. So there's two scopes on go. So the C-Star S50. Nearly 522nd subs. Right. And have you applied data from two scopes then on this? It's hard to fully understand. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Black point's a bit low. Obviously, there's some artifacts left in that perhaps should have been cropped out for me. There's some ringing around stars. The diffraction spikes is a choice thing. That's up to you if you like them. Leave them in. The core is green, and the outer is like burgundy. So it's quite a ways off a standard colour palette. So that could be something you could try to work on if you want next. But it is colourful. There's also some evidence of like flecking right here. It looks like paint falling off or something like that. You know what I mean? It's textured just there. I had to say what's causing it. Potentially could be masking, but you'd know better than me. I mean, it's present there, along the top right there as well. So whatever caused that and made those areas go grey, you might want to look at that too. But I appreciate you working with, I want to say like limited equipment. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you for submitting that. Hey, we're on to a quick image I took here. This is 16 10-minute subs with 2600 MC Air, the ASCAR SQA 106, and I did go a bit crazy on saturation, but it's alright. Star shapes and stuff and colours are a bit too much. If I were editing it again, I'd be a bit more careful with that, and I'd probably lower my black point. Just looking at this on my screen right now. So yeah, it's alright. Needs more time. I'm going to drizzle this data, I reckon. It's worth doing. I need to gather some more though. My 4-panel mosaic I shot with the ASCAR 71F and the ASI 533 MC Pro for the SV220. Altair 6nm O3 S2 with 300 subs per filter. Oh, cranky. Chuck. Thanks so much for that, Chuck. Bloody hell. Thanks, Luke. You noticed the two things I didn't like about my picture. Noise on the rim and a grid in the corner. I'm so sorry, Chuck. I don't mean to point these things out, mate. I did wonder if I was looking a bit too close. But, you know, let's not get away from the fact it is still a very, very pretty image. And, you know, given the fact that you're working with 400 mils of focal length, you're a magician. So well done, mate. Well done, and thank you again for your support. That's very, very kind of you, Chuck. Quick, hide. Let's have a look at this mosaic, sorry. So this is on Ekaterina. Both feedback, both positive and negative, is welcome. Lovely. Let's give you it then, sir. So, bit of a non-standard colour palette, but I'm all here for it. I like the rusty coppers and tealy, like really like a bit pushed beyond teal actually. Cyan nearly. Core to this. Black points spot on. Small halos and stuff, but you can't do anything about that. If it's just in your filters and your system, then it is what it is. So we shan't dwell on it. Loads of detail. Yeah, it's a tastefully processed image. I like it. There's I don't know, a fraction of colour bias in the background, but I'm actually not that much of a, I don't have much of a problem with it to be honest. So yeah, overall, because it is in and of itself presented a bit differently, I think we judge it as it's presented. So yeah, well done. Another one from Chuck. Yeah. I see my gang is here. Traitors. M106 looks good choice. Maybe M101. Ooh, potentially Nugsy, mate. Both are good choices. Yeah, both are good choices. So Chuck's M53 and NGC 5053. Captured this a couple of months ago and finally processed it. Made the background darker than I would like, because I had to deal with light pollution caused by a very bright moon at the time, so I'm hiding some blemishes. Totally understandable. Yeah. Captured my Celestron Raster telescope, ASF533 MC colour, and the Antlia L filter, and he's opted for 454 30-second subs. So, yeah, I like it. I like the amount of colour you've pulled out of this one. If you're still there, Chuck. Good stuff, and there's a good contrast as well in this region, isn't there, between the brighter and the fainter clusters right there. Very pretty, mate. I don't mind that darker black point on this, you know. It's like I said, it's making me feel like I should have knocked my own black point down on M13 right there, because for clusters, it works. Do you know what I mean? I know you were doing it for a reason, but it's worked out fine, ultimately. I think it's a nice image. Well, well done. Whoops. Can't like my own image coming out. That's distasteful. But, yeah, well done, Chuck. Good stuff. M106. We can compare images. So this is M104 Sombrero Galaxy from Richard. Edge HD11, 2600 MC Pro, 9 hours of data. It's a simple shot showing the galaxy's bright core and the iconic dark dust lane cutting across its disk with the faint halo stretching out of it. Still learning the ropes of astrophotography and processing. And honestly, my love for this hobby far outweighs my expertise, as does mine. Crikey, yeah, Jem Hadar there posted a C-Star version as well. That's nice. Well done, mate. But if we just take a look at Richard's one right here, so let's just have a little browse. So, was this by any chance low on the horizon for you, Richard? Maybe I'm hallucinating it myself a bit, I don't know, but I appear to be seeing a little bit of atmospheric dispersion potentially on this. Little bit of a purple background and a little bit of a gradient going across the image. But as you've said, like, you know, you're new to it. Honestly, mate, you're doing so much better than I was when I was new. So please do not be put off. Just keep on snapping pictures, dude, because you're doing well. Keep at it. That's the key thing. Thanks, Luke. I believe the halos are from the SV220. Hey, no problem, Aaron. I like the non-standard colours of my StarXTerminator. Yeah, like I say, I mean, when I see an image like this, for example, and you've presented it with non-standard colours, to me it looks like it's an obvious choice because of the rest of the technical proficiency that you've displayed as part of your processing. So I'll judge it as I see it. Do you know what I mean? Like that, and I think it works. So yeah, I think it's a good choice to present it as is. Again, mate, well done. If you just look at Ankalim's image right here, shot with the ZWO ASA 183 MC Pro through a Red Cat. Filter was Altair 6nm Oxygen 3 Sulfur 2 filter. Combine it with okay, so you combine it with some old data with extracted HA03 and S2. Still have to try Luke's method and forego the DB extract script. I'd be interested to hear if there was a difference, because a lot of people have suggested to me I should have used DB extract when I made that like brief run through tutorial for Mike. But yeah, I was happy with the end result, and I like your end result too. So I think you've done a good job. Ultimately, it's not that easy to work with that kind of data. Yeah, it's pretty. If you want a little feedback, I can give you your Oxygen 3 regions just have a touch too much red in them, so they're pushing, the combination naturally of blue and red, and you're pushing towards purple very slightly. So if you just pull out the red very slightly by applying a blue mask over the whole thing, and then red curves midpoint very slightly down, just tease it down a touch, it'll restore that to a more natural colour in keeping with the rest of the presentation. But yeah, I think you've done a good job, mate. Overall, thank you for sharing. Lucas 2, Karina, Nebula, SV555, no filter, a Dewey 17, Bortle 2 in Outback, Queensland, 2600 MC Pro. Damn. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, mate. So the processing's been a little bit heavy-handed in application. I think it's probably fair to say. The background's really like stretched to bejesus, and it's a bit noisy as a result. And then some of the brighter areas have heavily artifacted as a result of some sharpening that's been applied. So there's a bit of a mixed bag of things going on. If I were you, just my suggestion would be to take this data back to its starting point and apply a more gentle overall, more subtle hand during processing. For me, just me speaking. If you're happy with image though, just tell me to shut up and keep doing you. But as you've uploaded your image here, I'm just gonna take it that you're open to critique. So yeah, I think there's the data to work with there. Obviously something's occurred by the way here. You've seen some like striae going through the brighter stars, and it's not small, it's long. Hard to say what's causing that. I don't know if you're imaging this at a low elevation and maybe caught a few trees or something, giving you a diffractive effect. Hard to say. You'll know better than me. If it was well elevated for you in Queensland, then it's not that, of course. It's something else. Maybe you had a huntsman spider sat down in your lens hood or something. Went to image the sombrero, however, it's only 11 degrees at the minute. Yeah, mate, I tried overnight and I just thought this is going nowhere, so cancelled myself. Decided not to bother fighting with cotton while image session is running. Weird. I don't know what that means. I think it's peaking at 20 degrees for you. Got you, Kieran. Back to you. 6th image. This chap's been making leaps and bounds. Shot last night, 118 3-minute subs, Optilong L Extreme, ASCII SQ885, 2600 MC Duo, Pixie Sight, Stacked, SPCC, Graxpert, SDF. So when you used SPCC, I'm assuming that's what you were typing there. Did you try to use it on narrowband mode, which you may have needed to do for the L Extreme data? Really surprised how much hole-free data was present, and though I tried narrowband normalization tool edits, so I stayed with this one. After the stretch, BlurXTerminator, sharp and only as stars look fine to me. So there's a problem. Applying BlurX after stretching. It needs to be done before a stretch, really. Even with stellar sharpening mode turned off, it is going to bring in things in your image that don't exist, kind of thing. It's okay if you know that and you're aware of it, and you tell other people about it, but yeah, I think otherwise, it's a pretty image. There's quite a lot of noise in the background that's been brought out as part of the image processing, though, I would say. So if you want some serious feedback, because I know you asked for it before, so please, if you're just tuning in, don't think I'm being brutal on this guy for his 6th image. He did ask for, just honest to goodness feedback. I think you need to work on your background extraction technique. There's patches of green left over, patches of purple left over, a bright bar at the top right there. I think this is real nebulosity, so we shan't worry too much about that. But there's also, parts of the image that look a little bit fake, kind of thing, like the fish head right there, the band of dark dust going over the top of it right there. This dusty region back here looks overly textured too. I think I agree with what you're saying. The stars aren't too bad, but they're dominating the image slightly, so I would perhaps, personally speaking, stretch this most of the way until I'm happy with the stars, not paying so much attention to the nebula. Pull the stars out, continue to stretch the nebula, put the stars back in later down the line using rescreening math. But yeah, hopefully that's enough feedback for you to work with on that one. You are doing, again, incredibly well, given that it's your 6th image. Yeah, really incredibly well. Gideon, how's it going, Gideon? Oh, you vape tank. Didn't know you were just streaming. Discord did not notify me. Just stumbled in and see you looking at my North American nebula. Fair enough, Gideon. Yeah, we were having a good look, mate. It's nice work. Thanks for feedback on the Carina. We'll give it another go. Appreciate your feedback. No problem, Lucas. Like I say, mate, I'm not meaning to be rough and mean or anything like that. I really want to help you achieve the images, no doubt, you want to get. So, to the best of my power, that's the advice I've given. I'm glad you're taking it on board. Cheers, dude. I tell you what, I like that glow. Going out to like a reddy outer. That's very nice. Reminds me of I don't know, an orange or something. Cool shot. Solar filter with the S50. Love it. We looked at this a little bit earlier. This will look again because it is just outrageously good. But yeah, M81, M82, a huge collaborative effort by the CAT team. And yeah, best M81 and M82 I've ever seen. Phenomenal. Looks like there's like extra stuff popping up in the background. Like, what's this? It's interesting. There's a little orb. Is it a background galaxy? Is it an irregular galaxy or what? It's something. Yeah, really, really phenomenal image and a great processing job applied. None of it looks forced, even though it's so deep. So yeah, wonderful stuff. I thought I'd just show that again. I wish my 6th image would have been that good. Yeah, me and all, mate. Me and all. Absolutely. Can't decide if I want to image tonight with the moon up until early morning. Yeah, I know what you mean, Carter. I'm gonna have a go, I think. I'll get set up in a little bit. I'm actually burning some nighttime now, but Yeah. I've become blasé with clear skies now, mate. I get them every night. I'm here to learn, and your honest feedback helps. Ah, that's good to hear, Lucas. It's awesome to have someone like you who taught me a lot via YouTube giving me feedback. No problem at all, dude. I'm really happy to hear that you can take the feedback like that. That's really nice. Thank you for being part of it, like I say, and letting your data be part of learning process for people. Don ML, Jellyfish Nebula, first mono image. Okay, 9 hours of SHO, 2600mm, FLT91 bottle 4, 3nm SHO filters from Altair. Still needs RGB stars, so the focus is on the nebula itself. Okay. Do you know what? I don't mind the stars, mate, to be honest with you. So I won't stress about it. But if you want to do it, of course, do it. So he's gone for what appears to be a totally non-standard colour palette. As he says, it's his first narrowband image. I can't decide whether it's intentional or not. But there are a couple of other small problems with the image. So there's a glow present along the entire right-hand side, strongest in the bottom right, and the entire left-hand side, strongest in the bottom left. So some more work on background extraction is ultimately needed. There is a background bias towards blue on the whole thing. It's not much, but it is there. Star sizes and shape, really nice for what they are, you know what I mean? It's a narrowband image. We can cope with stars being like pinprick small. This big green patch, I don't know. If I felt like it was fully deliberate, then fine. But it doesn't feel that way. I don't know. It's hard to say. Is it though? I'm like having an internal battle with myself here as to how to judge this thing. Object looks like celery. Yeah, just like celery or a head of broccoli or something, doesn't it, up here? I'd say have a go with narrowband normalization and apply SCNR as part of it and just see what you reckon that comes out of it. But if it was intentional, if you do see this feedback, Don, and it was intentional, disregard. You know what I mean? But yeah, nice image. How to properly deal with Tejat and Propus when shooting IC443. Oof. It's a bloody challenge, mate, because the stars that have thrown up issues for me too, to be honest, when imaging this region. It's I don't know what it is about them, perhaps the particularly emissive in infrared or ultraviolet or something, I don't know. But yeah. Hey, we're back on with one of mine. Thank you, mate. A little drizzled core on M94. This was 60 10-minute subs, drizzled 2 times, 2600 MCR, SQA 106. Now, I would say, of course, the black point looks too bright, but I think we're still in the dispersion of this galaxy because it's such a tight crop. But it's good and detailed. I've got to give it that. But yeah, I think we are in the dispersion. Let me just double check that. Like I say, it's a perfect opportunity for me to learn too. Getting to look at my own image again after a little while. Just give me a moment. God, I've got so many images stuck on this hard drive now. Ah, that's a different version. But you can see the galaxy extends like right out here, so no, probably is just a slightly light black point that I've set there. So I could have taken some of my own medicine there and been a bit more aggressive on the black point, but it's not bad. Locaton, too windy for the big scope, so I took out a 6-inch f4 Orion Newt, bottle 9, an hour and 20 16 subs, ASI 533 MC Pro. Second time trying this scope. First time I get more than 15 minutes, collimation's a little off. Example of a good black point. That looks really good to me. Yeah. You know what, mate? I think collimation appears good to me. Not seeing any major issues. Plenty of detail visible, good colour. Like I say, black points set well, no colour bias visible. no real gradient visible. Yeah, just technically sound. Well done. I think if you want to add anything to it, I'd probably add a bit more colour overall to the stars in the shot. That'd take things up to another level very slightly, and maybe when it comes to time to save out, one quick pass of NoiseXTerminator if you have it, that kind of thing as well. But there ain't much present in the image anyway, so it's not bad at all. Simon Temlet. Let's just see what's going on here. Only a few months into my astrophotography journey, but proud of this one I took earlier this week. 39 3-minute subs, 2600 MCA, ASCAR 103, 1x flattener, EAF, AM5N mount, oblong pro filter, ball 5. Drizzle 2 times. Got ya. BlurXTerminator, NoiseXTerminator, StarXTerminator, SETI, statistical stretch, star stretch, recombine, background stars. Alright. So, black point's like high, of course. It's grey, truly grey as the background on this one, but there's no major colour bias that's going on. It's just overall a slightly coloured background, which I don't mind. I want to call it like a lively grey, but I feel like this extension's just hinting, and that might be brought out more with a drop black point too. Your colour in the galaxy itself is nice, although I am seeing like flecks and flicks and artifacts, which looks like you've perhaps applied BlurXTerminator while the image has been stretched. Do you know what I mean? Only you could tell me if I'm right or wrong about that, but I don't know. I feel like I've seen it a bunch of times now, so maybe it's something people aren't quite sure about when they should apply BXT. Your image should never be stretched when you're applying it. Just if you want to keep your data as honest as it can be, kind of thing. I snipped them off in my picture you did earlier. Got ya. Nice hearing the feedback. Still trying to figure it all out. Good stuff, Dan. I'm glad it's useful. Let's just jump onto Pavel's M81, M82, Star Adventure GTI, SV Bonnie, SV503, 70ED. Stellar Mirror, 0.8 reducer flattener. 7D Mark II stock. Got ya. So RC Astro Tools, Graxpert for background extraction, generalized hyperbolic stretch, 2x drizzle. 125 5-minute subs, bottle 5 to 6. No filter. Yeah, I'd keep it no filter as well, for sure. Use your guide, generalized hyperbolic stretch, on the dust processing as a starting point, but tweaked for my case. Super. PS, disregard the black spot, messed up a bit with the flats, but it'll be okay in the future. Yep, got you then, that's fine. PSS. Started my astro journey in November 2024, hence my second target. No previous experience with photography as such. All feedback welcome. Many thanks in advance. No problem, Pavels. Right. So, if this is, your early efforts, you're showing a great aptitude for the job, I would say bringing out this background stuff is no easy feat, to be honest, while maintaining a good balance of brightness in the core of the galaxies and not overblowing your stars. So that's good to see. I am seeing once again some texturing popping into the image. I don't know if that's coming through for you guys, whether you can see that, but let's say over here, up here, top right, along this right hand side too, there is some texture that's crept in somewhere as part of your processing technique. Down here as well. So it's hard to say why we are seeing so much of this occurring. But yeah, overall I think you're doing very well, given you're relatively new to the job. So I like to see the colours that you've achieved in your galaxy. I think you've been very slightly conservative, though. It looks like you've used a mask to select, let's say, M81's, the Sky Galaxy's core, and then Bode's core as well, but it's left out a little bit of the exterior, which I would have thought you could have afforded to also saturate at the same time, such as this stuff around here. So a slightly more inclusive mask in that case. But other than that, like I say, I'm trying to meet my feedback to be appropriate for your where you're at. I don't want to overwhelm you. I think you're doing really well. All in. Your background appears to be mostly gradient free as well. It's really hard to get a good check on the background in this area though. But yeah, good stuff, mate. I think overall you're really doing well. Second image. Oof. Need some better flats. Yeah, of course. It did mention that black spot. Just an FYI for those on Discord. You can do a server nickname that matches your YouTube name. Got ya. Right. Yeah, by now I think you've found out that Ankalim on this Discord is me. That's fair enough. Might be over sharp and looks pretty good. Yeah, it's all a taste thing, I suppose. It's just like whether you like that over sharpened look or not. But yeah. Fruity. Been reprocessing, tweaking this one recently. I think we're nearly at the top, by the way, guys. Crikey, it's been a mammoth session, this. 3.5 hours. Yeah, right, anyway. Quattro 200p, Altair 26. Oh, crikey. Nick, what on earth? $200. Holy crap, mate. Whoops, pollen made me sneeze and then this happened. Oh, jeez. Nick. What the heck, man? That's absolutely crazy. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. That is incredible, mate. What an unbelievable support that is. Jeez Louise. I need some sort of like legends category in my my YouTube video credits now, don't I? Crikey. For you guys. Bloody hell, mate. Thank you so much. That's made my head spin a bit. That's absolutely crazy. And on that, Nick, and I really mean it, mate. Thank you so much. I truly mean it. That's incredible. Yeah, jeez. Me and my family, thank you, mate. That's wonderful. Really is above and beyond that. Incredible. I've lost what I was saying. Understandably. Pollen will do that. Oh, crikey. Yeah, geez Louise. Yeah, unreal. Thank you so much, mate. I've opened this and I forgot to even read what they were saying. Quattro 200p, Altair 26C. I'm trying to gather myself. Just like 24 hours worth of 3-minute subs. Took some effort to bring out the soap bubble. Even to this point, it was really faint. Probably need a better filter than the L Enhance to make it stand out more. Okay, Fruity. Captured with Nina. Processed in PixInsight. I like it. I know how faint the soap bubble is, so that's achoo. So that's really awesome to see that brought out, and I wouldn't take it any further than that, to be honest. Rudy, I think that's really tastefully done. It's like, leave it there. If it was me, obviously you do what you want, but yeah, for me I think it looks good. The shell, the Oxygen 3 shell around the crescent is really been brought out big time, but it's pushed very slightly towards being too blue, nearly, so I think it could stand. Might seem counterintuitive, but if you can mask it out with the blue mask, add a little bit of green to it, and you'll find that it'll probably include some of this region right here and push it slightly towards yellow, but it'll also bring this towards teal too, which should look really attractive in context. In context, should I say? My head's still spinning a bit with the rest of the image, but overall, wonderful processing job. I think you've done a great job, indeed. Yeah, cracking. Like demonstrating a really high degree of technical capability. So I hope that's appropriate feedback for you as well. The really colourful image. It is, mate, yeah. Wish I could donate to, but I have 80 cents. Brother, don't worry about it at all. Just being here and watching is fantastic. Yeah, crikey, mate. Honestly, Nick, thank you again, mate. That's wild. Gilesy B, a few images I haven't uploaded in a while. I use a Samyang 135 and a 533 MC Pro with an IDAS NBZ UHS filter. Cool. So maybe a bit compressed and crap quality. No worries, mate. I'll have a look at these then. So Samyang 135, 533, IDAS NBZ. So I'm assuming this wasn't IDAS NBZ. To say what you're working with, like say a 135 lens, that's nice. It's very nice. Background's just very slightly biased towards blue in this case, but you know, it wouldn't take much to squash that back into shape. Background extraction looks to have been effective overall. Looks good. The Cygnus Wall, Pelican, etc. That region, really well done actually. I think, given that, you know, you're operating with dual band filter data right there, I like it. You've not gone too far towards blue or green or anything. It's just tasteful, and I like that you've incorporated both the reds and the yellows into this this region right here. I think it looks tastefully done. Background levels are good. Again, no evidence of gradients, etc. That's nice to see. Very much similar application on here, though it's a little bit more loosely applied, I would say, is some of the masking and processing. So, like the core right there, the core of the Heart Nebula itself has ended up perhaps very slightly inaccurately masked, and it's become predominantly blue with a grey portion above it. That should probably be a little bit more towards the coppery stuff right there, perhaps, generally speaking, but it does look nice. All the same, again, background's slightly blue on this, but very nice. And this is a nice natural looking Seda butterfly region and Crescent Nebula. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. To say you're working with a lens as well, I think they're pretty well done. Is it a focal length for the Heart and Soul? He says these are all taken with a Samyang 135, mate. So yeah, I'm assuming 135mm and that 533, perhaps. I was gonna have a night off tonight, but these images are forcing me to get dressed again. And Nick P says it's no worries. I'm terribly appreciative of all the help and feedback you've given. It makes me better and want to do more. Oh, Nick, that's absolutely lovely to say, mate. It really, really is. As I say, obviously, I massively appreciate the support you've given, but equally, you know, a kind message like that means a lot too. Yeah, thank you. Just thank you, mate. Milkman coming in hot with another 20 memberships. Crikey, mate. That's absolutely crazy. Thank you. You guys have popped off tonight. What is happening? Holy hell. Jeez. Welcome aboard all the new members, and thank you again, Milkman, for that, mate. Wow, you've all gone absolutely above and beyond tonight. I really, I can't tell you how it makes me feel. It's incredible to have, you know, to know you've got my back to this degree. It's unbelievable. Thank you. I will try to steadily push on, as I realise I've gone on at length now. You're very welcome. Oh, Milkman, you're too kind, buddy. I really, really do appreciate it, though. Like you say, me and my family do, and I mean that. Alan Giles, thank you for looking at my pics and giving some feedback. Next time I get out, I'll take it on board. I haven't processed anything for a month or two, so I'm a wee bit rusty. Hey, you don't look like you're doing too bad at all, Alan. Not at all, mate. They were very pretty images, and thank you for sharing. Hype train, that's it, mate. Yeah, thank you again, guys. What a mad outpouring of support. Yaromir, so first of all, thank you for your Pixinsight tutorials. Crikey, you're more than welcome, Yaromir. I was able to learn how to process first one-shot colour, then mono. My second attempt on some dusty reflection nebula, just 14 hours of total integration time from a dark sky near the Ukrainian border. Variable SQM readings, but the best was SQM 2178, so really quite dark skies there, yeah. Really rather dark. Location is just 2.5 hours drive from Warsaw, and I was looking to get 3 cloudless nights in a row. I think it seems a little bit greenish, even though I used SPCC and SFCC to calibrate the colours. Maybe the core nebula will look better with some HDR processing, don't you think? Okay, so Takahashi F is SKU 106 EDX4, Poseidon M, AM5N, Antler filters. Let's take a look. Crikey. No problem, Pavel. Just ran SCNR over my Ghost Nebula. It seems better now. Also cropped in some more. Super. Glad to hear that, Milkman. Let's just have a look. Yeah, so I can see what you mean. There is some green present in the top left of this image. But it's not really permeated much beyond about here, I think. The right-hand side doesn't look overly biased. But there are little patches, perhaps, of green about... Oh, crikey. Unloved one. Upgraded to cosmic support. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for that. This is really pretty data. I think it's fair to say. Yeah, it's really, really pretty data. There is, I think SCNR, I know you said you've applied it, but I could maybe do with a stronger SCNR, as it is quite strong. I don't know, when did you say you captured it? Is there any chance there may have been Aurora or something that's crept into one or two of your frames? It's hard to say. There's also something else that's gone on, like, I don't know if you can see like a cross happening right here. Just I'm tracing my mouse along it. So some of the rejection that's been applied during stacking hasn't been complete for some reason, but the good points, star shape, colour, size, etc., beautiful. The dust colour, beautiful. The core colour and overall stretch on the core, beautiful. There's a really small halo around a couple of stars. Seems to be predominantly stars that are verging towards yellows and reds, unsure as to what's causing that, but it's not overly distracting. It's just that green, which you're already aware of, so yeah, I think that's about all the feedback I'd give you on that, mate. Your stretch is beautiful and dark and deep, while preserving a good black point where it's supposed to be. Just needs a bit more SCNR, potentially. I've got 40 hours on the Iris Nebula and it doesn't look as nice as this. Might be my processing skills. I mean, this guy's taking it under really good skies, I have to say. So do consider the part of that. Mark Blundell, evening Luke, evening Mark. I'm not imaging tonight. 5 nights out of 6 is enough. You gotta know when to say no, aren't you, Mark? Yeah. I've uploaded my image taken in 2020 of M94, but we're reprocessing with new tools. Nice. Actually looks more like a giant halo around or Aurora. Imagine having an incredible image spoiled by Aurora. What a lovely problem to have. Yeah. Yeah. Potentially. You know what, DC, now you've just mentioned that to me. Looking at it in this view, I can see what you mean about slightly brightened corners. If that's what you're referencing. It's subtle, but yeah, it is kind of there. It's hard to detect in this mode. But yeah, ultimately it's a very, very pretty image. And thank you for sharing it, Yaramir. Simon's Astro, Wizard Nebula, SHO. Efforts on the Wizard Nebula, 10 hours. Oof. Let's just let this load up properly. There we go. Not sure what that is. The hitch out of the top. That's odd. But yeah, like a non-standard palette. This doesn't look like SHO, do you know what I mean? It looks like HSO. To me. So I don't know if you mistyped there, Simon, or if you've got your channels mixed up, but it's flipped. Like the interior part should be blue and this should be reddish, you know what I mean? But it's pretty, all the same. It does look nice. The coloration's just off. I don't know if it is a channel mismatch or something, because there's a lot of structure to it, which does look like hydrogen. I'm almost talking myself out of it now, but obviously it's not your standard SHO. That's an iPhone notch. Is that what it is, mate? So it's like a... How has that made it into the image? That's proper mad. But yeah, it's pretty, all the same. Center of the image stares at me. Let's just see. Congratulations, channel. I like this image. It has a lot of details and looks dramatic. I think the colours are okay, even the slightly green in the top left. Yeah, I know what you mean. When an image is already really pretty, it takes a lot to put you off, doesn't it? I think it's just really, really nice. All in. Screenshot of the photo. Got you. Sick. All right, I think it's time for an assessment. Depending on how many more images have been posted, I may be a bit stuck for time. No, I can do these. I can do it. I'm gonna have to just pick up the pace slightly though. Because, I have left Chloe and Felix alone for a long time now. I feel bad. But yeah, let's crack on a bit. I'm concerned that my stream might have crashed. Can anybody confirm if things are working for me? Let's just see. Oh dear. See what's going on. Whoa, which is a massive catch up. Hang on. So has it been live? It looks like from where I'm reading it's been live. What the heck is going on with this thing? Just as a typing test, chat display. What on earth has happened to this thing? There's always something. Alright. I'm gonna have to just assume. Yeah, it looks like it's still good. Thank you for that, guys. I appreciate that. Didn't stop. Huh. It all locked up for me, mate. I couldn't see anything moving at all. I've been thinking, Jesus, has internet gone off or what? Oh well. Like I said then, I've left Chloe and Felix alone a long time, but I am going to push on. Let's get through these. This is still loads of fun, you know what I mean? I just saw Simon as well saying, what was that? Oh yeah, got you. It was a typo. Should have said HSO. Got you. Wonder if something's going on with YouTube. Potentially, bud. Yeah, I mean, it might be. So Taka, I'll jump on because YouTube's not loading up for me now, so I've lost all track of what's going on there, unfortunately. But best 90% out of 270 300-second subs, 22 hours. FF65 Apo, Sony A6000. Very nice, mate, to be honest. So you've captured this with, yeah, a mirrorless Sony camera. I like it. Black points, really good, accurate. Overall colours you've pulled out of the galaxy are tastefully done, star-shaped colours and size. Very pleasing. So, yeah, this was done before I had an EAF, but I've got one now. Nice one. So, Mark's sun images that he talked about a little bit earlier. Yeah, this is that. So I was looking with my C-Star a few days back and saw this huge sunspot right there, and this group, it looks to have changed shape now though slightly. So that's really interesting to see. Thanks for sharing those, Mark. Loads of texture as well. Very nice. Been live for almost 4 hours. Maybe close turned off the Wi-Fi. Oh mate, it might be. Yeah. Google must be limited me. Can you imagine? Yeah. Let's see. Christoph Domansky. Season 4 NGC 2244 is slowly coming to an end, and we can focus on its smaller sister, SH2 170. I've often thought about imaging this one. Plan to shoot it at every opportunity. We'll see how much material can get out of this little guy in a year. For now, it's 10 hours. More updates soon. Alright. Dual band 7nm filter, 585 and a 71F. Cool. Yeah, there's loads on display there. Obviously some issues with the background extraction. Colour of the stars has been pushed towards yellow, and the black point's a little bit dark for my taste. We are seeing some evidence of that texturing that we've talked about before coming in. You know, like a Hubble image wouldn't be this textured in those regions, especially when the rest of the image in some areas is quite soft. So that's distracting for me a little bit, but overall it's still a pretty image, and I don't want to like be too down on it. I can appreciate what you're going for. Ram Abraham, 12.35 hours, ball 7.6 guy, divot every 2 lights by 5 pixels, 108 second subs, edited fully in PixInsight, 2 times drizzle. Okay, no filters, 533. Nice. Hey, to be honest, mate, say you're dealing with such a short focal length there, 61-270. You've done well. You've done well, Ram. Like, the stars look a little bit orby, but I don't know what you could really do at this point. If you haven't got BlurXTerminator or something, or if you already have applied it and this is the result, then it's hard to say where to go from here. But the colours are nice. I think you've done overall a tasteful job of processing. Black point's good, no major gradients or anything like that. So, yeah, you'll love to see it. Let's just see what's what. Thanks for checking out my image. No problem, Taka. Chloe's pulling the plug. Clear sky here in northern Germany, but an insane strong wind. It's been windy here too, brother. Yeah, not been great. Pim, once again, Heart Nebula just stacked and used Mosaic Merge. I now start to see that green and the too bright. Much appreciate the feedback. Got you, mate. Yeah, that green is really prevalent in it, but yeah, you know what you're doing with that, brother. So just keep going. Broody, taking about a year apart with very different scopes. My processing's always changed a bit in the meantime, hence the wildly different color balance between the two images. Okay. Still not quite happy with my process for the dark dusty areas. Zoomed in images Quattro 200p, Altair 26C, UV IR cut filter 12 hours. The other one is 10 hours UV IR cut filter, FRA 400, 07 reducer, 26C. Cool. Capturing Nina, processing PixInsight. That's really nice. And this is This is really nice too, but it's a bit green for my taste. So SCNR and you're golden pretty much on that, mate. Yeah, I think SCNR is all that's really needed on that one. It's still really nice as is. Black point in areas where you can actually see through to space is good. So yeah, well done on that one. But your Quattro image is really nice. I have to say, I think you've done a lovely job with that one. Nice black point. Dust is a good colour. Perhaps if you want, it could, for my tastes, I don't know about you, could perhaps stand a pass of NoiseXTerminator before saving. To just soften things just that touch in terms of the noise that's on display. But yeah, it's very minor feedback. I think it's overall a really pretty image. Well done indeed. Last eruption was pretty weak. Ooh, you're having some eruptions in Iceland. Yamhada M20 Trifid Nebula, 4 hours, C star. 10-second subs, you with just IR cut, okay. 15 to 20 degrees altitude. Damn. Use a gradient correction tool instead of GradientXpert. Didn't do the best job in the lower left corner. I'll reprocess that at a later time. Just want to share the nebula too. Yeah, nice. I can see what you mean. That little bit there. It's not overly distracting, mate. Say you've done this with a C star. It's actually like astonishing. Really good. Doesn't look over forced or anything like that. It's yeah, it's really nice. Well done, mate. Yeah, you're really pulling some incredible results with that C star. Ascar SQA55 from Jakub. ASI533MC Pro, SV Bonnie SV220, 7nm filter, processed in PixInsight, 6 hours of integration. Car's a little bit overblown, should be able to fix it in the next revision. Maybe add a bit more data to reveal even more of the surrounding nebulosity. I reckon your data's there for the nebulosity. I think it could just be a case of stretching it out, you know. But I actually like what you've achieved anyway. It looks quite tasteful. You can imagine if you applied much more of a strong stretch, then along with it you're going to stretch out stuff like this halo, which then might become distracting. So it's a balancing act in it as to which is the right move to make at that point. Now, there is a very slight green cast over much of the image, but it is very slight, so it wouldn't take much to get rid of it. But yeah, for a dual band M42 image, nice work overall, mate. I think you should be very happy with that. It's amazing how much dirt there is in our galaxy which we can make visible. Yeah. SV205 camera data here used there for M45. M45, we haven't seen a Pleiades one in a while, mate. You mean an M42, sorry? It's using an SV Bonnie filter, SV220, and a 533 if that's what you're meaning, sorry. Lovesick Broom 57, first attempt to use filters with ASI 1600 on an Orion 8-inch Newtonian. Used 1 hour with each filter, IR, R, G, B, and HA, 15-second exposures. Used AstroPixel processor to process. Alright, so okay. 1 hour of each filter. So there's a strong green cast across the whole image. SCNR would get rid of that for you, but there are some other issues with the image. So you can see like split diffraction spikes, elongation of stars towards the edges, whereas stars in the center are a little bit squonky too, but much better. Almost looks like coma creeping in, so I'm wondering if you used a small sensor and no coma corrector for this, which would explain that to a degree, but I'm seeing also an element of defocus of the stars in the middle, so if you carried your telescope straight out and focused and then left it, it's probably slipped over time, unfortunately. If not, if you are using a chroma corrector and stuff, then your scope's miscollimated. Especially, you know, present along this right hand side. The core looks recoverable if you could mask it and stretch it out, but yeah, the biggest thing, of course, would be try to get that focus nailed and chase it every few degrees, every degree really, if you're having to do it manually. SCNR and collimate if at all you can. I'd leave my feedback at that point for you. M42, yes. Oh, I got you. Sorry, yeah. Fish and football. Yeah, it with that filter on it, I think. S30 Pro, yeah. Jem Haddad did pop in chat a little bit earlier and tell us there's an S30 Pro being announced with a 585 sensor on the way. That should be absolutely sick. I really like those 585s, I have to say. I think they're pretty much one of the most convincing cameras on the market if you don't need a massive sensor. Love them. M42 SHO. So you don't typically see M42 that frequently. I wouldn't say in SHO. It's normally kind of broadband, but let's have a look. Radiant 61 294mm Pro, 3nm 2-inch SHO filters, processing pixel sight, ball 4 and 5, 4, 5, you know what I mean? But yeah, first lights from a new location in the California high desert, and the 10th picture in your astrophotography adventure. Okay. Okay. Whoop, we've got someone coming in. Hello, Chloe. Oh, an absolute legend. Thank you, Chloe. Cheers for that. Are you still okay? Yeah? You sure? Yeah. Felix is alright? You're right, I actually was just sat there reading this thinking, Christ, my throat's getting croaky. Cheers, love. Alright, see you, babe. Get yourself a woman who brings you Pepsi and stuff while you're live streaming, that's what I'm going to say. It tastes even better when it's gifted somehow. So, let's jump on. Callum, good to see you, Callum. About time I caught one of your live streams. That's awesome, buddy. I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, all we're doing is going through the Discord. It's about time of the day. A massive catch-up, basically, and, you know, reviewed a lot of images, so we're just cracking on with the last bit of that. What a wonderful woman. She's a good egg, is Chloe, yeah. Right, let's have a look at this SHO. So, he's done a good job with his stars. Typically, SHO combinations like that, you're going to have to do something about magenta fringes on stars, and he's clearly taken care of that. There's like quite a bit of remnant green left behind, but I can't decide whether he's done it on purpose or not. So I'm just going to mention it anyway, and if the person who's done this sees the feedback, they can determine if it was you know, a conscious choice to leave it in or not. But if it wasn't, like I've said before, the magic bullet for this kind of thing is SCNR. Just experiment with the application. It might not have to be full power. It might have to be, you know, full 1.0 value SCNR. But that would do a lot to drag the colour balance of this image in the background in particular into a more, I don't want to say natural state, but slightly more aesthetic state, because as it is, it looks a little bit sickly green to me, which is also shoving the yellows into an odd state too. But the showcase image, you know, part of the image, the core of M42 and stuff, is actually preserved. The running man is looking nifty right there, and there's a lot of shape as well that goes on around it and texture. So yeah, overall very nice. One other thing you could perhaps do is try to neutralize that halo around that star. That's only other slightly distracting thing about the image. But yeah, good stuff. Oh, these are slightly different combinations as well. Let's see what the difference is there. There's that one. That one, not sure about that one. And this one looks a bit, I don't know. You know what? It's hard to say. They've all got the merits, but perhaps I like the first one best for me. So thank you for sharing that, Zero Buzz, and cracking, mate. Your 10th image, you're doing really well. Good, really good work. Iron Brew, that's the one. Yes, indeed. Made with girders. Maybe you should include cans of Iron Brew on your merchandise page. Maybe so, mate. If Iron Brew's out there and listening, get me on the brew crew. I'm on board. Do the English get 1901 Iron Brew? I think you can get 1901 Iron Brew in glass bottles only or something like that. That's too rich for me, but then again, after Nick and Milkman tonight, maybe I have to splash out and get some some glass bottle Iron Brew. I don't know. Marcin B, rather. ASI533MC Pro, a 600mm Sigma Contemporary, 150 to 600. Jeez, that's a zoom range, isn't it? Holy moly. 78 300 subs. You know, I had a big Sigma lens like that, me, at one point. I think it was a 200 to 500 or something like that. And I had to tape the lens barrel to stop it from creeping down when it was facing up near zenith on its own. It kind of like Star Wars warp. Your stars, as the end element was so heavy, it'd de-zoom itself just with gravity. But anyway, 6.5 hours, ball 8 to 9. PixInsight, BXT, NXT, SXT, SETI Astro Tools. Yeah, nice. Bit of greens left over in core for me, and the background is a bit blue, but only a little. Nice deep stretch without blowing out the core, so that's to be commended. Star color is good, shapes, etc. all good. Marcin, yeah, a nice image, mate. Glass bottles is the only way, man. Yeah, you know what? This is it. If I got the glass bottle stuff, I bet it's got sugar in. I'm not that mad about pop with sugar in, to be honest. I don't even like coffee with sugar in. I tend to have just sweeteners these days. A few Iron Brew for you. Thanks for all the lives. Oh, thank you very much indeed for that, Derry. That's dead kind of you, mate. I will indeed invest in some brew. The brew that is true. Thanks to you. I really need to stop. Tarun. I hope you're still here, Tarun. You've been pulling some mammoth sessions with me lately, mate. Messier 51, Whirlpool Galaxy, 25-minute lights. More darks than lights. Fair enough. 30 flats, 30 dark flats. GT71 260mm. ASF533MC Pro. Processing PixInsight. First attempt at it. First attempt. Oh, crikey. So if this were your first go at it, Tarun, really well done, mate, to be honest. You want the feedback from a man who's sat here itching his bloody nose on camera, then it would be, I think, your stretch is deep, your background is flat, your stars are, you know, quite well controlled overall. It's only the largest ones that are slightly out of kilter, but the background's a bit bright for me. But it doesn't appear to be overly biased towards any one colour or the other, maybe fractionally green, but I wouldn't really worry about it. So yeah, I think well done, mate. All in. For the Brew Slush Fund. Crikey, Gideon as well. That's absolutely awesome, guys. You're too kind. I have 1 tablespoon of sugar in your tea. Jeepers creepers. Natural sugar is fine, sweeteners is the devil, honestly. And it's probably bad for you, yeah, I guess it's sweeteners, but it kind of makes my, I don't know, makes my mouth taste a bit acidic if I have too much sugary stuff, which I don't like. I feel like if I have a sugary drink, I need to go and brush my teeth straight after. It's weird. Like say, bacon boys are bad for you, air fryer bacon. Big Iron Brew sponsored telescope. We can maybe if I get like a skin, get like a D brand printed skin that's an Iron Brew can, and I can paste it onto my Edge HD11, go around the whole thing, make it look like a big Iron Brew can. Could be the way, you know what I mean? Breathing is bad for you. It depends where you're breathing, doesn't it, Mark? I mean, if you're around someone doing demolitions of a building with asbestos in, yeah. Gem Hadar again. First processor, C-Star, 13-hour stack of the Sombrero Galaxy. Jeez Louise. That is a heck of a stack. Incredible stuff. Again, 250 millifocal length. To get an image like that, that's nice. I don't even mind the darker black point on that. In context with the rest of the image, I think it works. Frame it in a can. Yeah, maybe I could print an Iron Brew sleeve for it. That'd be something has to kill you. It does, mate. I suppose. Mako Beast. Here's my goal. It's target around 30 hours of exposure with the ASI 533 MC Pro. I would like some constructive criticism. What can I do better in processing? Thank you. I only noticed the green cast after checking it out on Discord, so I removed it. Super. So this is a C8 F643 ASI 533 MC Pro. Off-axis guided. So this is his first image. And this is the after image. I mean, there is a slight green cast, but it's really, really slight on that image. But as you've made a revision, I'll look at that one instead, mate. And, you know, it's gone from this part. I know you're looking for feedback, but there ain't much to give. I think you've done a really good job, to be honest, mate. Really good job. You've, I feel like you've done a better job of controlling the core of this thing as well, while stretching out that background than I did. I feel like I hyper-focused a bit on the extensions around here, and then almost treat this nearby galaxy as an afterthought. A little bit. I think you've preserved its core just slightly better than me. So yeah, well done on that. I think if you do want some constructive feedback, perhaps a little bit more colour applied to the stars could be nice, and even to the core of the main galaxy right there. I think it could stand it, given the data doesn't look strained in any way, shape or form right now. Obviously there's something going on with a little bit of striae through the brighter stars, but you're undoubtedly already aware of that, so it's pointless me really spending any time pointing that out. But yeah, lovely stuff, mate. I think you've done a corking job. Well done, Mako Beast, if you're there. I have a pathetic version under streetlights. Only seems to see the horse. I tell you what, mate, astrophotography around light pollution's bloody hard. Bored in Dundee. I don't know what he's taken this with. I'm going to assume, looking at the frame size and shape, that it's a C-Star. Oh, C-Star S50. For God's sake. If I could only read. Just 5 minutes he's taken that with. Nice. Thank you for sharing that, mate. It's interesting to see the difference right there as well between the shots. Cool. Mellow Astro, greetings. Greetings to you too. Ascar 103 294 MC Pro with an L Pro, 300 second subs. I don't know how many though. I can assume it's a decent bit of data though, because it looks pretty deep and extended. around the Flame Nebula in particular right there. It's going right the way out. Nice. Overall, really nice. I feel it's tastefully processed. Background's a bit bright for my tastes, but it looks good on your monitor. Doesn't really matter. The only other thing I'd change, mate, would be there's this green cast again to the background. It's not much, but it is there. If you get rid of that, it'll be pretty darn convincing. And if you wished, or you could perhaps stretch with GHS if you haven't already, but paying slightly closer attention to the core of Alnitak and this nebulous region right there. And that'd be about it. I think it's a really nice image though, all in. How'd you get that horse gas to be red? I can only assume he's applied some degree of masking at some point. That'd be my guess, mate, as to how he's done that. But it might not be. Hard to say. I will say I just need to be back in a moment, otherwise we're gonna have a live stream fail where you see me pay myself. So yeah, be back in just 2 minutes, guys. Alright then, chaps. Back to it. Sorry about that. I went for a pee. Yeah, I went for one of them pees. It just seems like time slows down and it just seems to never bloody end. I'm sure you're all familiar with them. Thanks for the feedback. First try at the Orion Nebula. Nice, done. Yeah, hopefully it was useful feedback for you, mate. Workhorse, M94, 16 hours, Spree 100, 533 MC. Super, mate. Yeah, very, very, very nice indeed. It's the only thing I'm not sure about with it is the core looks a little bit of throat lubrication. Core looks slightly overdone. To me, in context with the rest of the stars and stuff around it, which look a bit softer and more natural, that looks a bit forced. I want to say black points, good, verging very slightly on too high. And I will say as well, the star colour's lovely, but some of them have purple fringes around, which you may want to get rid of. I don't know if it's apparent to anybody else as you're looking at it on the live stream, but like looking at it like this, I can see it, you know, like here, 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 etc. There's loads of them. But let's not take away from the fact it is a very, very pretty image. Indeed. And you know, really proficiently processed as well. That must bring some relief. It bloody did, mate. Yes. Thank you for your time checking my photo, Pavel. No problem at all, mate. No problem at all. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. Seems that hours of AP processing does pay off. Indeed. Indeed. Good work. Good work indeed. RAM. This was my absolute first target and result. Damn, okay, first result. 8 hours of total integration, did that every 2 lights by 5 pixels, 300 second subs. How do you know how to do all this on your first image? That's nuts, do you know what I mean? I didn't even know how to bloody focus my telescope on my first images. They were garbage. 533 MC Pro, 61270, okay, so that same thing with the reducer. Yeah, lovely, mate. I like the core, like we talked about on someone else's Heart Nebula image right there. The core has been masked a bit more accurately here. I'm assuming masked. It looks like it's masked. Which has preserved it, but it's just slightly stark now against the rest of the 03, but it's super minor feedback given that it's your first bloody image as well. It's astonishing, but it's here for feedback, so I shall give it. There appears to be a coloured cast to the background. Pretty much a mix between green and blue. I can't really pin it down exactly, but there it is. It's like a tealy cast. I'm sure you could nuke that. But yeah, super. Thank you for sharing. Mike 1959. Oh, okay. After that tutorial we did, Mike. All right. Let me just skim through that real quick. That's some serious detail for you. So anybody interested in learning further about it, yeah. Yeah, I think your colours are way better than you first showed me, Mike. Your background's fractionally bright for me. The only other issue that we've encountered here, of course, is that it's kind of been sunk by that background extraction. To get the rest of it so nice and flat, it's sunk the Pac-Man nebula into a little bit of a pit, just like here, let's say. Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about coming through the stream. So if you're having trouble with, no doubt you'll have written down what you used for background extraction. Weighted batch pre-processing. Oh, I guess you haven't read the processing notes on it, perhaps. Alright, so I'm going to just assume, and we know what to say about assumptions, but that you used perhaps GradientXTerminator on this. So I would try to use PixInsight's multi-scale gradient correction tool on this instead, and just experiment with the scale slider rather than anything else. It's not a slider actually, it's a drop down to be accurate. That might do a better job of a background extraction for you, and if it at least gets you close without sinking the Pac-Man, you'll be like 95% of the way there to a really stonking image. I mean, you already are, but it's just that little bit that looks odd, Mike. But yeah, hopefully you're still there and you can pick up on that feedback. Actually followed your own tutorial. I'm aware of the cast, but I'm just lazy to fix all the photos. No problem, Ram. Yeah. Such good teachers and so much available information these days. It makes it happen. Let's see, Cyril is kind of okay. It looks to me, unfortunately, pace off wood does make it a breeze to work. Yeah, to be honest, I've not touched Cyril in years. I do have some tutorials left on my channel for Cyril, but they're so far out of date now, I doubt they're really any use, to be honest. I can spot what you're saying. Multi-scale gradient makes sense. Yes. MSG, that's probably going to be the thing to solve that for you, Mike. 95% of the time, and I don't even feel like it's an exaggeration to say that, GradientXterminator's going to work absolutely fine. For that other 5%, experiment with multi-scale gradient correction. Bear in mind though, you do need to pass it through image solver, spectrophotometric color calibration, photometric lux calibration, I think, as well, to prepare it, and then you can use multi-scale gradient correction. But yeah, it's worth a mess. Background is too grey. It is, yeah. It's a bit bright, like I say. Just, but it's getting closer, and you know, it's a massive step from what Mike showed me the other day. You know what I mean? It's like a huge step forwards. This was taken in 2020, says Mark. I'm going to reprocess it, as this was done using only Photoshop. Got several new tools like GradientXpert and Cyril, etc. Okay. A Meade 6000 series, 115mm. Ah, cracky, I remember those. 1600mm cool. Orion Mini Auto Guide, ZWO LRGB filters. Okay. M94. The Croc's Eye. 4 hours, 24 minutes. Okay. So, let's have a look. Now, there is obviously some purple fringing present around the stars, and the image appears to be a bit compressed. But I think the purple fringing is likely a result of the telescope is using. The Meade, I believe the Meade 6000 series 115s are FPL 51 telescopes, which you are going to see that kind of thing creeping in. It's sortable. You can apply correct magenta stars, and that'd probably get rid of it for you. But yeah, it just looks a bit compressed overall, which is a shame, as we could perhaps give you more useful feedback on that. But if I take it as I see it, the background levels are fractionally bright, and most gradients are gone, but there appears to be some remnant gradient left along the sides, but it ain't much. Colour in the galaxy looks biased a little towards purple too, but that'd probably get corrected as part of correct magenta stars if you have pics in sight, but you don't, do you? It's astrophotography tool. Download Cyril. If you download Cyril, I'm sure you can invert the image and then apply SCNR. That'll do the same sort of thing for you. Hopefully that's useful feedback for you. Then you, of course, re-invert the image, and it should be pulled into line. Those up front before gradient. Sorry, so when you get to the point where you're going to extract the background, Mike, if you're asking about your image right here, yes, so whenever you'd be applying whatever you currently used to extract the background, if it gives you this kind of result, just stop at that point, undo, you know what I mean, go back, and then try with MCG, and just try a few applications. So like, try it, if it doesn't work, undo it, change something. Usually scale is probably going to be enough to do it. Yeah, and work through that way. That'd be my advice for you on that one. But it's so close. It's so close. You know, without the pit and with slightly darker background, it's really, really getting there. Like the attention you've paid to coloration, going from the outer to the spires to the inner, it's really, really nice. There's a lot of subtlety gone into the processing of that, so it's really promising to see. Photoshop can remove purple fringing, yeah, undoubtedly. What is a big scope? Do you know, mate? It's a good question. I feel like you know it when you see it. I reckon like an 8-inch Newtonian is getting towards being a big scope. I would say like a 10-inch Newtonian is definitely a big scope. So you're already over the line at that point. A Celestron 925, that's getting towards being a big scope. Still quite compact. I don't know. Depends. What do you guys reckon? Like I say, I think about an 8-inch Newt is getting towards big scope territory. One you can barely lift. That's it. I don't know. I'll just refresh to see if there were any more images, but I really should pack up very shortly now. last couple. Yeah, we'll look at these and I'll look at people's gear. So Mark's Iris, Explore Scientific 102, 07 reducer, Explore Scientific 16 megapixel cooled one shot color. Okay, 4 hours and 16 minutes. Got ya. Hard target, to be honest, mate. It's not an easy target. So you've done a good job, Mark. Yeah, I think things to work on with it would be that during processing, some greens crept in around, you know, the outer edge of the iris right here in this dusty region. So you could do getting rid of that, and the rest of the background at the same time is biased towards blue, very slightly. But overall, it's you know, it's a pretty image, and I don't want to take away from it in any way, shape, or form. Like I say, it's not an easy capture. I will say that whatever you're applying for noise reduction, Mark, appears to be just a touch heavy-handed. A bit destructive to the data. It's not really doing a good job of preserving fine transitions. They're getting lost, like throwing the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing. So yeah, just watch for that a little bit. A couple of sunspots from Pete. Finally able to do some solar imaging now. Sun's getting higher in the sky. Not a huge amount of activity today. Group of sunspots looked interesting. Nice. Loads of texture. It's like a like a close-up of an orange. Love it. Solar's just baffling to me still. I've never really done any of it, like I say, so it's pointless me giving feedback on solar, really. Is this more C-Star stuff? Boarding Dundee, Hossy, the Hoss, in honour of the Grand National race today. Yeah, could capture a bit of noise. Obviously, this is a lot less noisy, so it looks like you've spent more time on this, but it's a bit out of focus. So could have done perhaps with triggering more frequently autofocuses, or getting a Bayanov mask in play or something to get it focused before you start. But thank you for sharing those. Someone said to submit some more gear, so we should take a quick look at that before we wrap up. I've liked this, so this is new to me. Mark's Mini 60 EDF solar setup. That's super dinky. Holy crap. I like the is this called a Herschel wedge? It's like a solar finder on the back, innit? So you can see what's going on. That's pretty cool. Why didn't that load? Oh, there we go. Nifty. Yeah, really neat little setup, that, mate. 203 refractory is big. One you can barely lift. Yeah, I remember reading that. So let's just catch up. Sorry, I like my big scope. C14, that is a big scope. Yeah, I feel like my C11's definitely a big scope. So I reckon 925's right on the verge of being too big to be called a medium scope. When I reprocessed M94, I'll be using Graxpert, Cyril, Affinity, and I'll remove the stars and work on them separately. Good stuff, Mark. Thought about getting a reducer for the 200p. Anyone else had or used one? I've had a reducing coma corrector before, Kieran. In all honesty, I got the Skywatcher 0.91 and I found it to be not very good. To be honest, it corrected coma, but it introduced chromatic aberration. So at that point, I might as well have been using a middle-of-the-road refractor. And was overall a bit soft. So I changed entirely, basically. After a few other flights and experiments with coma correctors, the one that I really settled on was the Aplanatic. It's a non-reducing, obviously, Aplanatic coma corrector, but it's incredibly sharp. which is obviously what you're looking for. And it doesn't introduce any chromatic aberration at all. We have a 20-inch Casa grain, but the mount is insanely big. I can only imagine, yeah. Depends on your point of view, says Pete. A 10 or 12-inch scope could be classed as big, but against a CDK 24, they aren't. I don't know. I feel like they're all big at that point. It's just some are verging on huge instead. Let's see. I take it you aren't the former F1 driver. Time to check my lottery ticket, see if I haven't won. Good luck, mate. Wish I was, says Mark. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up a little bit with chat. A 203 refractor. Now that is a big telescope, yeah. Nearly there. Sorry guys, I'm doing my best to catch up. I don't like leaving people on red if I can avoid it, you know what I mean? Can I widen the field on my Celestron 5-inch? Is it an SCT, Fishing Football? Oh, you're on about with an eyepiece, got ya. Let's just see. Yeah, there is a Star Arizona reducer as well. But you may have trouble with inward focus of travel on that thing, Kieran. Any type of reducing corrector, you're gonna have to, you know, shove your rig closer towards the light path kind of thing. So it's gonna mean more draw tube intrusion into the light path in the telescope, if at all you can indeed reach focus. In some extreme cases, particularly let's say if you had a 200p rather than a PDS, which already has a shortened tube intended for astrophotography use, you may find that you can't reach focus, and your only alternative would be to shorten the tube on your scope, which you don't want to be doing there, to be honest. But yeah, keep going through. Christoph Domansky's current setup with an innovative smartphone stand. Crikey, my voice is knackered. Very neat setup, mate. And that is a neat smartphone stand. Nice solid cable management. Love to see it. Good stuff. Oops, I'll leave a like on that as well. Got scope set up tonight. Standard project M63. Crikey, that's a hell of a dew shield. Looks like you're using a cap to block stray light as well. That's a good move. Nice. I bet that's going to bring you many happy images, mate. You get a heck of a lot done with a nuke, can't you? Yeah, it's an SCT. Focus on it. Okay. Scavenge is promoting the HAC125 astrograph at the minute here on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not even going to say I'm on the fence with that thing. It looks like a bit of a wonky scope design, does that HAC. I'm not sure about him. Neat C-star shot there. Good on you, sir. Said I'd take some better pics, says Derry. He told us about these, yeah. Okie dokie. Whoops. Jeep Astro. Love it. Nice. I wonder what's about to get built here with this timber laid down. Yeah, very neat setup though, mate. Thank you for sharing that. Lovely house and all. Good stuff. Thank you. And the final one, I guess we should wrap up shortly. I don't even know how many hours I've been live now after that crash. It's just it's left me in no man's land. But yeah, pushing my luck here, trying to get the elusive antenna galaxy, says Richard. Nice. I do like going for difficult targets. Cool. Good on you, mate. Go after it. It looks like it's bloody low though, if that's where you're having to point. Yeah, that's always going to be a challenge. Nice setup though. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing. And yeah, thank you everybody who shared images tonight. I know we've left it like a week and it's been an absolute monstrous catch up. When I got up to have a pee, I felt like about to break in half. I've stiffened up in this chair. Oh, jeez. Almost 5 hours. 4 hours 40. Jeez. No wonder my voice is gone. I'm going to be talking like Barry White tomorrow. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for the support tonight. It's been absolutely wild, to be honest with you. I can't thank you enough. I really, really can't. I hope you know it is appreciated. And aside from that, just I appreciate you coming and spending your time with me and having a good time on the stream. Feel like I've learned plenty, as usual, as part of these streams. It's a great opportunity for learning for us all. Going through the vast swaths of data that we've taken a look at tonight, of loads of varying different skill levels too, and I think that's important. If all we ever looked at was images verging on perfection, you know, how much could we really learn from that sometimes? So yeah, the mix of what's going on is really useful, I think. Thank you, Stan. Appreciate that, mate. Thank you, Derry. Next time we should take some Icelandic moss. Crikey. But yeah, it's been real, dudes. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourselves. I've enjoyed it. It's been a good one. Right, I'm in two minds now. I've even set up tonight because it didn't look that good outside. Excuse me. Thank you again, Nick. Crikey, mate. I really, really appreciate the support. Top stream, says Derry. Thank you. And thank you, Milkman, as well, bud. Thank you very much indeed. Love your streams. Thank you. Wouldn't be the same without you guys. Really, really wouldn't. Nanite Pete. Nanite DC. Kieran. Fish and Football. Mike as well. Superb. I think I'm just going to go inside and collapse. Call it a night. Alright then, chaps. We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much indeed. I can't say thanks enough. We'll jump on. We'll do another one of these at some point. So please do keep posting your images if you're happy sharing them and having critiques done and stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. You've upgraded from the iPhone setup. Oh, nice, mate. Congratulations on that. Thank you, Gideon. Right. I'll leave you at that, guys. Thanks ever so much for your time. Like I said, and on that, I really do appreciate each and every one of you out there. Hope you're enjoying the streams as much as I'm enjoying doing them. And yeah, that's about it.